Hello and good morning. Good morning. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning and you're welcome to the Africa Climate Dialogue 2025. It's the maiden edition of this dialogue. Ladies and gentlemen, at this point, I think we deserve a round of applause for ourselves. The board chair of the Africa Center for Nature-Based Climate Action, the global lead for the center, acting executive secretary of the center, climate change and sustainability minister, Danish ambassador to Ghana, the chief executive of the Forestry Commission, the director for environment at the Ministry of Environment, Science and Technology. Invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, you are all warmly once again welcome to today's program. This program is under the theme, Harnessing Nature-Based Solutions, a Pathway to Sustainable National Development. This has been organized by the Africa Center for Nature-Based Climate Action, and it's in partnership. They are not alone. It's in partnership with Climate Development Knowledge Network, the Ghana Wildlife Society, Golden Star Resources as well. Yes, that's a good partnership. Another round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. Please, let's do it. Let's do it. Nature-based solutions today sound to the ordinary person like, what are they really talking about? What is nature-based solutions? We have nature all around us. But today, the very nature that we are surrounded by, you and I have a responsibility to ensure that we sustain that nature so that we can survive in this environment. Ladies and gentlemen, to give us the welcome officially for today's program, I'd like to invite a woman who's become an icon for many, especially for me, in a sweet way. She has cut across politics, governance, religion, and today she's the board chair for the Africa Center for Nature-Based Climate Action. Ladies and gentlemen, to give us a welcome, I'm talking about the board chair, Reverend Dr. Joyce I. Let's do it. Please, let's do it until she gets here. Until she gets here, please.
Good morning, everyone. Honorable Minister, Your Excellency, Global Leader of the Center, members of academia, the private sector, civil society, members of the press, distinguished guests, and all stakeholders here gathered today. As board chair of the Center, let me at the outset thank most sincerely and profusely my Honorable Minister of State for Climate Change and Sustainability, Honorable Isifu Seidu, for honoring our invitation and for your exemplary leadership in climate action. On behalf of the Board and Secretariat of the African Center for Nature-Based Climate Action, I'm so delighted to welcome all of you to this maiden edition of Africa Climate Dialogue, a flagship program dedicated to advancing Africa's leadership in nature-based climate action. The Africa Center for Nature-Based Climate Action was established with a clear and urgent mission to champion the adoption and integration of nature-based solutions as a core strategy in Africa's response to climate change. The center seeks to leverage the continent's abundant natural capital, our forests, our soils, our wetlands, our rivers, our coastlines, to build climate resilience, enhance biodiversity, and drive sustainable development. Honorable Minister, Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, we are all aware that the globe is still struggling with the interconnected and growing problems of land degradation, biodiversity loss, and climate change. These issues are no longer hypothetical dangers. On the contrary, they are everyday occurrences throughout Africa. They have an impact on infrastructure, public health, our food and water security, and the livelihoods of millions of people who directly rely on natural ecosystems for their life. These crises could make existing inequalities worse and reverse the progress we have already made in development. Ladies and gentlemen, as a center, we believe that these formidable obstacles also present for us remarkable chances for change. We can use nature's power to repair damaged landscapes, shield our communities from climate shocks, and generate green jobs that promote equitable economic growth. Nature-based solutions is the most cost-effective and practical pathway to environmental protection, social and economic progress. By valuing and investing in nature, we secure not only our environment, but also our future prosperity and resilience. The theme for this year's dialogue, Harnessing Nature-Based Solutions, a Pathway to Sustainable National Development, makes it clear how urgently African nations must incorporate nature-based ideas into their national planning, finance, and policy-making processes. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the Africa Center for Nature-Based Climate Action stands ready and committed to working hand in hand with governments, the private sector, academia, civil society, and our development partners to accelerate the implementation of nature-based climate solutions in Ghana and across the continent. Together, we can shape a future where Africa leads with innovation, draws strength from its natural heritage, and demonstrates that development and climate resilience are not competing goals, but rather complementary imperatives. Honorable Minister, Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, once again, I warmly welcome you to this important dialogue. May our discussions today inspire new partnerships, fresh ideas, and bold actions towards a greener, cleaner, and more resilient Africa. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's do it better. Thank you so much, Auntie Joyce. As we all know her, we'll now have the message by the special guest. And this is someone with a vast experience in the area of environment, science, and technology, admired by many for his work. I'm talking about the Director of Environment, Ministry of Environment, Science, and Technology, Dr. Peter Derry. Let's put our hands together.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. And let me start by duly acknowledging the various respective dignitaries here with us this morning. And I want to start by acknowledging our revered chair of this dialogue, Reverend Joyce Ayi. Thanks very much for your leadership and for continuously driving this dialogue over the years. I also want to use the opportunity to acknowledge our Honorable Isifu Sedu, Minister of State for Climate Change and Sustainability, who is also my very senior brother. Honorable, thanks very much for being here. And I also, of course, want to use the opportunity to acknowledge the former Minister for Lands and Natural Resources and also Member of Parliament for Damango, who has also been a long-standing brother of mine. Honorable, thank you for inviting me and for your leadership in the area of nature and also nature-based solutions. I also want to respectfully acknowledge the ambassador or the Danish ambassador to Ghana, Your Excellency Jacob Linouf, for your presence also, and of course my own friend Dr. Yves Brown, who is Chief Executive of the Forestry Commission. The list is quite long, but I thought that it's important to mention some of them. But for the others that I will not be able to mention, Professor Chris Gordon and many others who are here, you are all duly acknowledged. It is indeed a great honor and privilege to be invited on behalf of the Ministry of Environment, Science and Technology that has been a partner to this dialogue over the years to make this statement and also to deliver this address. And let me also thank the organizers for convening all of us around to discuss this important subject at this point in time. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the team could not have been timelier for this dialogue and experience sharing as Africa continues to confront the twin challenges of climate change and biodiversity loss, even as we strive to accelerate sustainable development and improve lives. Across Africa, the impacts of climate change are intensifying. From prolonged droughts to coastal erosion and floods, our people are living on the front lines of environmental change. In Ghana, these climate-induced challenges threaten our agriculture, water security, forest resources, and coastal settlements. As the scientific evidence grows, one truth stands out clearly. To achieve sustainable national development, we must work with nature and not against it. The emphasis is coexistence and not confrontational. Unfortunately, man has become a little confrontational to nature, and I think that we all need to reawaken ourselves as to what we are called to do to nature. From prolonged droughts to coastal erosion and floods, our people are living on the front lines of environmental challenge. Let me avert your minds to the global framework within which your team clearly sits on. As a ministry responsible for biodiversity, we were privileged to be part of the global world to adopt the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework at the 15th meeting of the Conference of Parties to the Convention on the CBD in 2022. And this framework provides a global vision of living in harmony with nature by 2050. It sets ambitious targets, including the conservation of at least 30% of terrestrial and marine areas, restoration of 30% of degraded ecosystems, and the mobilization of 200 billion per year in biodiversity-related funding. For Ghana and indeed for Africa, these targets are more than environmental ambitions. They represent a pathway to sustainable growth, resilient livelihoods, and human well-being. The Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework also compels us to recognize biodiversity as the foundation of our economies, food systems, energy security, and cultural identity. Following the adoption of this framework, Ghana has initiated processes for the revision and updating of the National Biodiversity Strategy and Action Plan, known as the NBSAP, together with the National Biodiversity Policy. So we have the NBSAP and we also have the National Biodiversity Policy, which are currently under revision. In alignment with our global commitments, Ghana has updated its national determined contributions under the Paris Agreement to integrate both climate adaptation and nature-based solutions. And currently work is being done. We are very hopeful that as we go to COP30 in Brazil, Ghana will be able to submit its new national determined contributions. I'm being careful not saying NDCs here so I don't confuse. I don't confuse the crowd. By 2030, Ghana aims to reduce greenhouse gases by 24 million tons of carbon dioxide, and nature-based solutions are a very major part of contributing to achieving this goal. As of 2024, Ghana had already achieved a reduction of approximately 28.7 million tons of carbon dioxide equivalent, representing about 45% of the overall target and 63% of the unconditional target. These gains have been realized through bold policy measures, strategic investments, and practical interventions that blend innovation, community engagement, and the power of nature. Government recognizes that nature-based solutions are a pathway to climate and development goals and central to Ghana's climate and biodiversity strategies. These provide multiple co-benefits such as sequestering carbon dioxide, conserving biodiversity, restoring degraded ecosystems, and supporting livelihoods. Some key initiatives being implemented by MEST and other stakeholders include the following: the One Child, One Tree initiative in support of government's Tree for Life program. The initiative seeks to foster a culture of environmental stewardship among one tree. The landscape restoration and small-scale mining project supported by the World Bank. This initiative integrates nature-based approaches in reclaiming degraded mining lands through tree planting, soil stabilization, and sustainable land use management. I'm sure the former Minister for Lands and Natural Resources is very familiar with this project because it was under his stewardship. The West African Coastal Areas Resilience Investment Project, implemented in collaboration with the World Bank also, and other partners, seeks to enhance the resilience of Ghana's coastal communities through ecosystem-based shoreline protection, mangrove restoration, and sustainable livelihoods. Through WACA, coastal wetlands and lagoons such as those in Kita and Adan are being restored to act as natural buffers against erosion and flooding while supporting fisheries and biodiversity. The Improved Resilience of Coastal Communities project, also being implemented by the Ministry of Environment, Science and Technology and the Environmental Protection Agency to strengthen the resilience of coastal communities to climate change impacts. The project uses nature-based solutions such as mangrove replanting, shoreline vegetation rehabilitation, and community-based wetland management. It also integrates early warning systems and climate-resilient infrastructure, blending ecosystem restoration with social protection. These projects collectively demonstrate that nature-based solutions are more than environmental interventions. They are development accelerators. They contribute directly to economic growth through sustainable resource use and green job creation, social inclusion by engaging communities in decision-making and livelihoods, environmental resilience by restoring ecosystem function that regulate water, carbon, and biodiversity. Indeed, nature-based solutions are central to achieving multiple sustainable development goals, including Goal 10. Reporting and verification systems for biodiversity and carbon impacts remain a key priority. And currently, we are working with other development partners in order to ensure that we use modern technology to achieve this, including geoscience. Community participation, sustainable local ownership, and equitable benefit sharing, particularly for women and youth, is vital for long-term success. And we are working to institutionalize our benefit sharing for nature through the development of policy and also legal frameworks. The lessons learned over the years of implementing various interventions underscore the need for deeper collaboration among governments, research institutions, civil society, and the private sector. I wish to state that the government of Ghana is committed to mainstreaming nature-based solutions into national and district development planning, enhancing public-private partnership, and strengthening regional cooperation for transboundary ecosystem management. The Ministry has, in collaboration with the National Development Planning Commission, developed biodiversity mainstreaming guidelines for mainstreaming biodiversity into national development planning and budgeting processes. To make NBS a pathway to sustainable national development, we call on our development partners to support these efforts through finance, technology transfer, and capacity development. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, to conclude, I wish to remind us all that nature is not a victim of climate change, it is a powerful ally. Ghana's experience demonstrates that restoring nature restores hope for our people, our economies, and our planet. I thank you very much for the opportunity.
Another round of applause for Dr. Derry, and thank you, Doc, for making that link between nature-based solutions and employment. We'll now be addressed by a man with a sterling experience in diplomacy. He is currently the ambassador to Ghana, Denmark's ambassador to Ghana, His Excellency Jacob Leinhoff. He is our special guest. Ladies and gentlemen, do it as he makes his way forward.
Good morning. Good morning. It's very nice to see you all. I'm fairly new in Ghana. I just arrived 2 months ago, I have still been able to meet a lot of people, and I have still been able to travel a bit in Ghana, and I also been here before actually, and I'm very proud, and I'm very humble to represent Denmark in Ghana. We have a very, very long friendship and partnership, and I am very proud that I will be allowed to represent His Majesty the King of Denmark in Ghana, in your wonderful country, for the next 4 years. I'm also very happy to be here this morning. I think AC for NCA, I think you have made it, right? You, in terms of approach, in terms of theme, in terms of importance of this issue, I think you are on the right track. Yeah. Ma'am, board chair, it's very inspiring to listen to you, I have to say. It's a big motivation also for me, being new in Ghana, to listen to your wise words and your experience and expertise. Thank you so much for sharing that with us. This initiative is, in my eyes, very important. It's important to fight climate change, but it's equally important to preserve the beauty and the biodiversity of your wonderful country, Ghana. Honorable Minister of State, very nice to see you as well today. I think your presence underlines the importance of today's event and the work of AC for NCA. It's very important that you're here today. I can only praise you for that. As I said, I'm fairly new in Ghana, but I'm not in doubt that nature-based climate action is the perfect fit for Ghana. Why? Because you have so much nature. That means that you have all the tools in the toolbox to use nature-based climate action. Your country is so unbelievable rich in nature, but it's also under pressure. And it's under pressure from natural causes, but it's also under pressure from human activity. You can look at your legendary forest under threat from deforestation. We all know how important they are in terms of absorbing carbon and cleaning the air. You can also look at your water resources, your beautiful coastlines, your rivers, your lakes, also under pressure from overconsumption and pollution. My job here today, and the reason why I'm here, is to assure you that you have a partner in Denmark. And Denmark, my country, we don't have this unique nature as you have in Ghana. We are much smaller than you are. We don't have this rich biodiversity as you have in Ghana. We envy that. But there is something else we have. And what we have and what we can offer to you is many, many years of fighting climate change. And now, after 50 years of immense battle, we have now reached a society which is very sustainable and is basically fully based on renewable energy. We are all over the world praised as the most sustainable country in the world. And we have committed ourselves to share that expertise with whoever who wants to listen to us and who wants to work with us, to avoid that you have to go through the same complications and do the same mistakes as we have been doing. So that is why we have a strong partnership with Ghana, and I very much look forward to work with you, Honorable Minister of State for Climate Change, in further expanding and deepening that partnership within the next years. We have already a lot of bilateral collaboration with you and your government. We work a lot on water. So we work on providing clean drinking water, especially in the northern part of Ghana. We work on preserving the coastlines and the mangrove and the natural beauty together with UNDP and your government as well. We work a lot with Tema municipality in terms of identifying water losses, water leakages, and clean up wastewater and preserved clean drinking water. We also have, on the other front, we have a close partnership with GMET. So we are developing a climate atlas so that you will have precise data and projections on rainfalls, temperature changes, sea level rises, and all these things which are crucial in order to do the long-term planning against climate change. I don't think I will say much more. I just want to thank you once again for inviting me today. But first of all, I want to thank all of you for taking part of this event this morning. I think your participation shows that you care for climate change and you care for your country, Ghana, and you will take an active and proactive stance on this and help your country be more sustainable also for the future generations. So thank you so much for that, and you can count on Denmark in continuous struggle. Thank you.
Your Excellency, we are grateful for the commitments. Another round of applause, please. And at the Africa Center for Nature-Based Climate Action, there's a lot going on there, and I'd like to use this opportunity to acknowledge some of the personalities that have been working behind the scenes. We have the global lead and former Minister for Lands and Natural Resources of the Center, Honorable Samuel Abu Jinapo. We also have the board chair for the center, Reverend Dr. Joyce Aye. The acting executive secretary for the center, Juliet Osei-Wusu Esquire. She's at the back there. And we also have projects lead for the center, Emmanuel Ameao, also in the house. Certainly we will acknowledge more personalities. But Your Excellency, I almost asked you, which of our meals do you like the best since you came? Have you tried the wache? Not yet. Okay, we'll take that. Right, we'll move on right along in the program. We have another special guest joining us. He is working in the Forestry Commission, doing a lot of work over there. He's the chief executive. I'm talking about Dr. Hugh C.A. Brown. Let's put our hands together as he makes his way.
Good morning. I bring you greetings from the Forestry Commission of Ghana. Madam Chair, Honorable Isifu Seidu, Minister of State for Climate Change and Sustainability, His Excellency Jacob Linov, the Danish Ambassador to Ghana, Honorable Samuel Abu Jinapo, MP for Damango, and our own former Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, colleagues from the various ministries, departments, and agencies, representatives from civil society organizations and private sector institutions, our friends from the media, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Permit me to thank the organizers for inviting me to make these few remarks at this all-important dialogue on climate change. It is an undeniable fact that the world currently faces unprecedented threats and risks. Today, the impact of climate change, social inequalities, disease outbreaks, food insecurity, as well as biodiversity and forest loss are manifest across the globe. The United Nations adopts the term triple planetary crisis to describe the three interconnected environmental challenges that pose a major threat to the planet and human well-being. And these are: 1, climate change; 2, biodiversity loss; and 3, pollution. Although we are confronted with the stark reality of this planetary crisis, we can find solace in the fact that if the right and favorable strategies are adopted, nature has the capacity to solve these complex planetary challenges by itself. In recent times, these nature-oriented strategies for addressing global environmental challenges are commonly referred to as nature-based solutions. Nature-based solutions are contextualized as actions that seek to protect, sustainably manage, and restore natural and modified ecosystems for the benefit of both man and nature. The emphasis on nature and human well-being makes NBS a key pillar for achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, which similarly represents a shared global blueprint for sustainable peace and prosperity for people and the planet. As the mandated state institution responsible for the protection, conservation, development, and management of Ghana's forest and wildlife resources, most of our operational activities at the Forestry Commission could be aptly described as nature-based solutions. Some of these interventions we undertake include implementation of forest landscape restoration through forest plantation development, enrichment planting of degraded forests, mangrove restoration, and incorporation of trees within farming systems. Also, promotion of urban forestry through distribution of free tree seedlings for amenity planting. We also undertake protection and sustainable management of mangrove ecosystems and wetlands. We undertake wildlife conservation and management, watershed protection and management, and promotion of natural regeneration and assisted natural regeneration through protection and sustainable management of our forest and savanna ecosystems, among others. The recent global emphasis on nature-based solutions gives credence to the important role that the Forestry Commission has played over the years in safeguarding important ecosystems and enhancing human well-being. Nature-based solutions represent a transformative approach that aligns with the Forestry Commission's mission of conserving, restoring, and enhancing Ghana's forest and savanna ecosystems and human well-being. In actualizing our mission, the Commission plays a major role in supporting the country to meet our National Sustainable Development Agenda and several of the SDGs. Indeed, it is difficult to identify a single goal out of the 17 SDGs that is not impacted either directly or indirectly by the work of the Forestry Commission. The Commission is directly responsible for an estimated 3.6 million hectares of land, which constitutes about 15% of the land area of Ghana, covered by forest reserves and wildlife protected areas. It also has jurisdictional oversight over wildlife and forest resources in the entire country, which includes the areas outside these protected areas. Ghana's forest and wildlife resources play a vital role in the country's socio-economic development by providing direct and indirect employment to over 2 million Ghanaians, providing food and medicinal products, enhancing livelihoods of rural communities, and generating significant foreign exchange through timber exports and non-consumptive uses such as ecotourism, among others. Aside this, its socio-economic importance, our forests also aid in climate change mitigation and adaptation, biodiversity conservation, and watershed protection. The Commission's successes in implementing various landscape restoration interventions, as well as forest protection, has been well acknowledged globally. Ghana was the first country to receive results-based payments from the world's first commodity-based REDD Plus program in 2023, under the Ghana Cocoa Forest REDD Plus program, which seeks to reduce deforestation and forest degradation associated with cocoa production in Ghana, while enhancing tree cover in these cocoa farms. Currently, Ghana is implementing 3 separate sub-national REDD Plus programs, including the GCFRP, the Ghana Share Landscape Emissions Reduction Program, and the REDD Plus implementation in the transition zone, which is being supported by Tullow Oil PLC. Ghana also successfully completed all the requirements and processes under the Ghana EU VPA, and in August this year became the first country and second in the world to start export of FLEGT licensed timber to the European Union. Thank you. Despite these notable achievements, a critical issue that threatens our forest and savanna ecosystems and our survival as a people is the scourge of illegal mining within our forest reserves. So far, government has shown commitment in the war against this menace by pursuing a 5-pronged strategy. These are stricter law enforcement, stakeholder engagement and education, provision of alternative livelihoods, restoration of mined out areas, and better interinstitutional coordination. But this war cannot be won by government alone. Rather, by the collective support of all well-meaning Ghanaians, we believe we shall surely succeed. The impact of the various programs and projects implemented by the Commission is adequate proof that deployment of nature-based solutions is an important avenue to enable us achieve Ghana's sustainable development agenda. I therefore encourage all of us to reflect on how we can integrate nature-based solutions into key national policies and secure sustainable financing for implementation of nature-based solutions in country through implementation of mechanisms such as payment for ecosystems services schemes. Let us remain committed to working together across sectors and with the involvement of multiple stakeholders such as state and non-state actors, drawing upon the lessons we have learned and the partnerships we have built to ensure that our natural resources continue to support a thriving, green, and resilient Ghana. Thank you.
A green environment, very important. Interestingly, I happen to be in red. When I got here, I thought I missed the color. Maybe I should have been in green. Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause for Dr. Brown. Before we move on, I'd like to make a few acknowledgements. Working together with Dr. Joyce Aye on the board, we have other board members in our midst. And I'd like to acknowledge Mr. Kweku Sechi Ado, board member. Also, we have Mr. Robert Dako, Mr. Emmanuel Vincent, and Mr. Kletus Alenga. And joining us from the Netherlands Embassy, we have Rory Wood, Senior Policy Officer with Climate, Environment and Water. Thank you, Rory. And also, Professor Chris Gordon is with us, Founding Director for the Institute of Environment and Sanitation Studies. We also have the CEO of Global Media Alliance, Mr. Ernest Boateng here. Thank you very much. It's now time to hear from our special guest of honor for today's program. A man who is admired by many for his work ethic, especially. I'm talking about the Minister of State for Climate Change and Sustainability, Honorable Isifu Seidu. Let's put our hands together.
Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor to be here today. And I say that because it was extremely difficult for me to be part of this occasion. And the global lead had to play a serious role to make sure that I disappoint the Danish government to be able to be here. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm saying this because I came from Washington, D.C. yesterday. I went for the World Bank IMF meeting. And from there, I was supposed to go to Copenhagen for another conference. But due to the resilience, the tenacity of the global lead, he got me to disappoint the Danish government to be able to be here today. Thank you, thank you, thank you very much. So, Your Excellency, Jacob Lanuve, Danish Ambassador, Honorable Samuel A. Jinapo, the global lead, Reverend Dr. Joyce Aye, our esteemed board chair of the Africa Center for Nature-Based Climate Action, Dr. Peter Derry, my brother, development partners, distinguished members of the academia, civil society representatives, our esteemed private sector partners, our friends from the media, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is a profound honor for me to be part of this historic occasion, the Made in Africa Climate Dialogue, thoughtfully convened by the Africa Center for Nature-Based Climate Action. Allow me to begin by commending the organizers for their vision and commitment. By bringing together policymakers, researchers, entrepreneurs, climate advocates, the Africa Center for Nature-Based Climate Action has created a crucial space for meaningful dialogue, collaboration, and innovation. This gathering could not be timelier, as it invites us to reflect on how we can collectively accelerate Ghana's transition towards a climate resilient, low carbon, and sustainable future. The theme for this year's dialogue, harnessing nature-based solution, a pathway to sustainable national development, is profoundly relevant. Across Africa, we are confronted by the triple crisis of climate change, biodiversity loss, and land degradation. These challenges threaten our food system, water security, and livelihood. Yet, within these challenges lies an immense opportunity if only we choose to walk with nature and not to work against it. Nature-based solutions offer a transformative approach to addressing climate and developmental challenges simultaneously. Whether it is through mangrove restoration that protects coastal communities, agroforestry that enhances food security, or wetland conservation that purifies water and regulates floods, nature-based demonstrates that environmental stewardship and economic growth can and must go hand in hand. As a government, we firmly recognize that nature is not merely a passive victim of climate change. It is an essential and an active part of the solution. The natural world provides us with the resources, the systems, and the resilience needed to confront this crisis. It is for this reason that we have made a deliberate commitment to integrate nature-based solutions into our national development agenda and climate policy framework. Our nationally determined contributions reflect this commitment, prioritizing key interventions such as large-scale tree planting, sustainable and climate-smart agriculture, and the restoration of degraded lands and watersheds. These initiatives do not only enhance carbon sequestration and ecosystem resilience, but also create green jobs, improve food security, and strengthen the livelihoods of our rural communities. We are simultaneously advancing the implementation of our national biodiversity strategy and action plan, which seeks to protect and restore critical habitats. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, to truly scale these efforts, political will and policy coherence are paramount. In this regard, I must highlight the visionary decision of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama for creating the office of the Minister of State in charge of climate change and sustainability. This is more than a new title. It is a structural solution to policy fragmentation. Historically, climate and environmental projects were scattered across various ministries, departments, and agencies, often leading to duplications and reduced impact. The mandate of this new office is to serve as a unifying force, ensuring that harmonization and strategic alignment of all resilient projects and sustainability policies under one cohesive national vision. This portfolio is designed to bring efficiency, scale, and accountability, making our investment in nature-based solutions transformative. We regard nature-based solutions as a strategic pillar for achieving sustainable national development, holding immense potential to drive economic transformation while safeguarding our environment. They open up new frontiers for carbon markets and green finance, opportunities that can significantly strengthen both our national economy and Ghana's collective climate ambition. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, in line with this vision, my office is undertaking a series of forward-looking initiatives to enhance coordination, innovation, and accountability in climate action. One of our flagship initiatives is the plan to establish a national climate change and sustainability hub, a center of excellence dedicated to driving policy innovation, capacity building, and knowledge exchange. This hub will serve as a national platform for research, data sharing, cross-sectoral collaboration, and bridging the gap between science policy and practice. I personally call this initiative the hub as a center of excellence for climate action. I told somebody some few months ago when I took over office, the approach to climate action, climate shocks, to a large extent was like somebody would say firefighting. CSOs were running to places where they could see, low-hanging fruits of resources. Everybody running with that coordination. It is in this respect that His Excellency John Dramani Mahama created this office. So to reduce this tendency of firefighting, I said we need to have a climate home, whereby anybody in the private sector, whether you are a researcher in the academia, once you go into that hub, you should be able to find all answers to your queries relating to climate change. So this initiative, I think, should not only be restricted to the corridors of this country. We are looking at this initiative serving the entirety of the sub-region. And we are working, collaborating with all sector ministers. We are working with donor-funded sources. We are working with the EU to see how we could finance this project. A novelty, a very unique novelty that will address the challenges of climate change. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we are also in a position or initiated plans to ensure that we establish climate and sustainability units in all ministries in Ghana. Not only all ministries, but looking at even the district assembly level. How do we position ourselves to locally led adaptations? How do we position ourselves to educate people at the extreme end where vulnerability levels are very high? We all know that climate change is a behavioral thing. People must be educated. People must be sensitized. So establishing this climate and sustainability units in all the ministries, following up to do it in all these assemblies, will aid us in our fight against the threats of climate change. And this is something that we are looking at, collaborating with government institutions, collaborating with ministries, and donor-funded sources to see how we could raise money to do this. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, another novelty that I put in place to ensure effective coordination was to establish a technical working group in my office. Now, that technical working group is made out of people from all ministries in Ghana. The 22 ministries are all represented in my office. So that is a way of ensuring that we understand the sectoral initiatives that are being championed in all the sectors of the economy. And once we do that, we're able to envelope all these initiatives for national action. And that is why anytime I am invited by CSOs, the private sector, I make sure that I attend those meetings to be able to sell these initiatives to them, for them to know that the success of my office is a collective responsibility. The initiative set up by His Excellency John Dramani Mahama must be embraced by people in climate activism. We have to look at it as a responsibility of all of us in climate action to make sure that this office functions and serves the needs of our people. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, to unlock the full potential of nature-based solutions, we must strengthen collaboration across all sectors by deepening partnership among governments, government institutions, academia, the private sector, and civil societies to ensure that research drives policy and investment support sustainable solutions, while aligning national priorities with global frameworks such as the coming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework and the UN Decade of Ecosystem Restoration to mobilize international support and attract climate financing. I am particularly encouraged by the leadership and the vision demonstrated by Africa Center for Nature-Based Climate Action, its integrated approach in promoting science, policy, and dialogue, piloting community-led projects, and building the capacity of young professionals exemplifies the sustainable development spirit we seek to our body. We seek to embody. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the agency of our movement cannot be overstated. Yet, amid these sobering realities, we must not lose hope. Africa is a continent of resilience, creativity, and promise. We have the people, we have the ideas, and the abundant natural capital to chart a new development pathways. I therefore call upon all stakeholders gathered here today, the private sector actors, researchers, civil society, and the youth to take bold and coordinated action. We must invest in nature-based solutions as a viable pathways for adaptation and mitigation, and scale up innovative financing and empower communities to become custodians of the natural assets that we sustain. Let us reaffirm our shared commitment to a future where nature and development thrive together. Let this dialogue not end here, but inspire tangible actions across ministries, communities, and borders. Together, let us harness nature-based solutions as a pathway to resilience, inclusive, and sustainable development for Ghana, for Africa, and for generations yet unborn. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you for this audience. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable. Africa is indeed resilient. And ladies and gentlemen, I told you, he's a man with a strong work ethic. Before we move on to the next session, I'd like to acknowledge the presence of a director at the Environmental Protection Agency Authority, and he is representing their CEO, Professor Nana Ama. Brown Kluche. He is in the person of Mr. Felix Ado Ochre. He's here with us. Thank you so much for coming, sir. So we've said a lot standing, but we want to sit down. You know how we do it in Africa? We have to sit down and talk. So we'll have the panel discussion. We're going to have this conversation for 40 minutes. We'll get into that side as well, where we have our audience share some questions. So we'll be doing about 4 questions. So you want to be one of the lucky 4, and you want to pay attention to the conversations. And now I'll begin to invite the panelists for the session without wasting time. First, we have Professor Chris Gordon, Founding Director for the Institute of Environment and Sanitation Studies. Welcome, sir. Take a seat to your right. Yes, please. That's right. Thank you very much, sir. We also have joining him Senior Policy Officer for Climate, Environment and Water, Netherlands Embassy, Rory Wood is here. Thank you so much. Please also, to your right. And we have joining them, Madame Messi Owusu Ansa is Director of Tropembus Ghana. I love the gender balance, please. Let's do it. And moderating this session, we have Maxwell Benjamin. He is an ecosystem developer. So Maxwell will be leading this conversation. My work will be done. And the conversation is going to be on science, innovation, and local action for nature-based solutions. And they're going to be speaking for 40 minutes. Let's put our hands together.
Thank you very much. And you butchered my name. My name is Biganim Maxwell. Yeah, that was just, by the way, Biganim Maxwell. Thank you very much for having me to moderate this panel. So just a quick remarks. This topic, that is science, innovation, and local action for nature-based solution, lies at the heart of how we respond to the interconnected crisis of climate change, biodiversity loss, and sustainable development across Africa and beyond. And to start the conversation, I would first ask Professor Chris Gordon on how scientific research on ecosystems and biodiversity can be better translated into practical, community-driven, nature-based solutions in Ghana.
Thank you. All protocols observed. And the question you have asked needs 1 semester course to answer it. But I'd like to start off by saying 1 or 2 things before I get to your specific question. Following on from what the Honorable Minister said, and I would say that, University of Ghana is the premier university. Yeah. And we were the first delegation to visit him in his office on his very first day of active work. We are always in the lead. Anyway, the issue is that climate impacts everyone. In fact, there's no sector in Ghana that is not impacted by climate change. If you look at the situation on our roads now, which are not climate proofed, that is why we are in the position. And the second thing I want to say is that nature-based solutions are not a silver bullet. It is not some magic wand that you wave and everything will be fixed. We have to be open to what is called the hybrid approach, that is mixing both green and gray solutions in order for us to end up with something that is sustainable and useful. The question of how we put things forward It is difficult to answer because we have actually been applying nature-based solutions in our everyday lives, even though we don't notice it. And I was noting a few things here, and in fact, our special guest speakers have done a good job in talking about many of the things on the ground. But let's take something like the problem of air pollution in cities. We have something we call particulate matter 2.5. They call it black carbon. And this is affecting the health of everybody. And those of you who drive between Accra and Legon, you notice the plants on the median. Their leaves are covered with black soot. Those plants are actually helping remove some of that black carbon from the atmosphere, therefore lessening the impact on us. So that is something that should be practiced everywhere. We need vertical gardens in the cities. That's just one. I won't talk about the floods. I must talk about the issue of small-scale illegal mining, which is now a misnomer, because there's nothing small-scale about the illegal mining that is taking place. It is large-scale rape of Ghana as a nation. We can use nature-based solutions as a way of helping reclaim lands, because we know that some plants take up heavy metals from the soil. And I was very glad to hear our Deputy Minister of Agriculture, the Honorable John Domelo, indicating that not enough research has been done on this. So I assume, therefore, that the Ministry of Agric is going to have a large program of supporting researchers to prove this. But we also know that in Brazil, they use plants as a substitute for mercury to help remove gold from the ore, which is again a nature-based solutions. I'll end here because we have others, and 40 minutes is long for a panel. I'll just end by saying that we need to be deliberate, and that has been said very clearly by the minister. We need to be proactive, we need to mainstream, but most important of all, we need to be inclusive and equitable in whatever path we take. Because by all means, there'll be winners and losers. There are trade-offs. What we have to do is make sure in whatever direction we go, we have fewer losers, and those losers should not be in those marginalized, vulnerable communities, as has been alluded to. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think Prof needs a round of applause. Yes. So, Dr. Usuansa, I want to come to you. I mean, Prof has given us a fair idea on the hybrid approach. So, what innovative tools, technologies, or approaches hold the greatest potential to scale up nature-based solutions, looking at taking the Ghanaian context into perspective? Yeah.
Thank you very much. So there are several tools that can be used, and if we're listening to the opening addresses carefully, some of them were already mentioned. We have the climate smart agriculture. That is one of the things that is happening already, and the name of how we have captioned nature-based solution already suggests that these are natural things, and these are things that are already existing. So it is just now repackaging it and then renaming them as nature-based solutions. So I must say that these are things that we already have been doing, and especially with the communities and with reference to agriculture and forestry. These are practices, skills, knowledge, and applications that have been done by our local communities and all that. So climate smart agriculture, I think, has already been in existence for a very long time, where people are integrating trees and then also food crops together. Once upon a time, in the cocoa industry, there was, whether it was backed by research, and I think it was, that we needed to plant our cocoa without shade trees. And then we have realized that we need to integrate cocoa with trees. But that is what the farmers were doing in the beginning. So agroforestry is one of the tools. Now we want to bring youth into nature-based solution. And then that calls for some additional tools like adding ICT, and that brings a lot of information to bear. Our farmers are holding smartphones. They are able to read, and there are some simple tools that are being developed by some organizations like Farmerline. They have very important farmer-friendly tools that they have developed that the farmers can access easily on their phone. Very easy to the extent that you need to just have an app. You tap on the app, and then it asks you whether you wanted to continue the discussion on local language or in English. You tap the language that you want to, and then any question that you want to ask, you can ask on this platform. So ICT is becoming a very, very important tool. But then to also add a little to Prof. Gordon's presentation is the fact that when it comes to science, innovation, and then applying it at the community level, communication is very, very important. So through the ICT, we are able to communicate. But how are we communicating? And then language also comes into play. So it means that we have to really reduce the scientific jargons into very simple languages that can be understood by our local communities and then those who need to apply the nature-based solutions. Mind you that these are solutions that have already been practiced by them. They have had several experiences on it. We are only repackaging them and bringing them back to these people. And for that reason, we don't have to describe them with all the scientific jargons and then with all our data and then the frequencies and then all those things, but make it very simple for them so that they are able to access and then be able to apply these nature-based solutions and tools. There are several tools, as I said, agroecology, ICT, agroforestry, and other solutions that can easily be applied.
All right, thank you very much, Doc. Please, she deserves a round of applause. Yeah, so Doc, you rightly mentioned about the integration of ICTs and also looking at integration of the local languages as practical solutions in helping that. So I'll come to Rory. Looking at the integration of ICTs, how then can we strengthen monitoring and evaluation system to generate strong evidence that demonstrates social, economic, and then environmental benefits of nature-based solutions, both at the local level and also at the national level?
Thank you. Thank you. Well, it's an interesting approach to try and marry monitoring, evaluation, and learning, both at the policy level and at the local level. Clearly, I'm not Ghanaian, so I have a disconnect at the local level, but through processes that the Netherlands Embassy has been practicing, both during my tenure and previous to my tenure, I think an openness and transparency for monitoring, evaluation, learning at the local level is key from the initial phases of any type of project. if there is an understanding of indigenous populations that they are contributing to the monitoring and the evaluation and the learning, then their participation is almost always beneficial. At the policy level, it's a similar approach where you try and involve as many actors as possible. But there is always the trade-off. By involving more people, generally you might slow the process down. But in terms of climate change, I don't think a rushed approach is often the best approach. And to link both the local level and the policy level together, I think that's where CSOs and development partners can really come to the fore. They can offer their expertise. I think one of the key areas that development partners can offer is an approach that informs both local and policy level actors about the mistakes that we've made previously, and also how a long-term iterative approach to learning is truly beneficial. I think we can laud the efforts of the country of Denmark, for example, who've had a very stable climate change approach over the last 50 years. And it has resulted, as the Excellency from Denmark said, in a really sustainable society. So I think that monitoring, evaluation, and learning is a key part to the process, but it needs to be involved at the initial phases with all actors. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. So, Professor Gordon, I'll come to you again. So, from the solutions that we've talked about, being guided by science, how can we as a country reduce our vulnerability to climate-related risks, such as flooding, drought, and coastal erosion?
I ran a course at PhD level. It's titled Ecosystem-Based Approach to Disaster Risk Reduction. It's a 40-hour course, but we do not run it in the traditional sense. The way we run it is that I give the students, the class, a district, and I ask them to prepare a risk management plan for the district. So they have to go in, learn how to do community entry, do the GIS, look at historical disasters, and so forth. And vulnerability is a combination of exposure, risk, incident, and so forth. And to reduce vulnerability, the best way of reducing vulnerability is to increase your resilience. And unfortunately, that is tied to the issue of poverty and the ability of communities and individuals to respond. But I'll give you one exact example. We are doing a project on urban heat in Gamashi and trying to look at interventions that can reduce nighttime temperatures, because these are, I can't say they're informal settlements, but they're very, very packed. You have 8 people in 5 square meters of space. I mean, it's incredible, the number of people. So, and we found that in that entire community, there's one tree. There's one tree. So if you want to reduce vulnerability there, the obvious, if you're looking at the problem of flooding in Accra, which is a perennial problem. I was on a program and I said, I'm also a prophet. I prophesied that in 2026, we will have market fire in Ghana. We'll have flooding in Accra. And somebody is going to prophesy that some political leader is going to pass away. Why do we repeat these things? vulnerability to flood is because we are letting people build in areas where they should not build, because we know the flood-prone areas. We have removed the wetlands that were acting as sponges, as has been alluded to, and this is going on at an incredible rate. I was part of the team that set up the Ramsar sites in Ghana in the mid-90s or so. And we had an opportunity there. In fact, Ghana was the leading African country under the Ramsar Convention in protection of its wetlands. Now go to Sakumo. People are even building in the water. In fact, this is something I get quite emotional about, because we had an opportunity and we lost it. I'm very glad, Minister, you're here, because we have an opportunity now, as you said, not to be just a lead for what is happening in Ghana, but the sub-region. We have to lead to show that by putting climate change and sustainability as our lens, we can reduce vulnerability of the poorest. I'll end there. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you very much, Prof. And so I've been prompted that we need to finalize our session. So I'll give maybe Doc 1 minute to just give us your remarks, and then Rory, you also have 1 minute, then we can end the session. All right.
Yeah, this is something that we were expecting 40 minutes, so we prepared for 40 minutes. So 1 minute remark. So nature-based solution is becoming very important. And as I said, it has been with us since creation. And we can't do or apply any nature-based solution without human being. So humans are very central when it comes to nature-based solution. Everybody should be included. When you look at the IUCN definition, it creates a very good impression that it combines two P's, but I usually would like to add the third one. So for the IUCN definition, it's talking about planet, people, but also there is the aspect that is a third P, which is profit. For us to continue living, and then also for people's well-being, then it means that we have to ensure that in all our nature-based solution programs, processes, projects, we should embed within it the 3 Ps, which is the planet, the people, and then also the profits that comes with the benefits. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Rory?
Thank you. I would like to just briefly use my minute to address the issue, or not the issue, but the opportunity for women and youth in nature-based solutions. I think this panel is a great start. It's very much in line with the Affirmative Action Act that has 30% of female participation on boards, so we're already at a 2026 level. But hopefully in the coming years we can reach the 35% and 50% levels of female participation on these panels as soon as possible. No. I think there's a really great opportunity as well to link female and youth participation with the Honourable Minister for Climate Change's hubs and centres of excellence. And setting these up, you have an opportunity to mandate youth and female participation. You can be the catalyst for this change that inspires more female champions like Mercy, like Professor Klutze at the EPA, like Auntie Joyce here as well. I think that the Minister and the hubs and the centres for excellence for climate change and sustainability really could be opportunity and leaping point for females and youth. Thank you.
So together we can reimagine a future where protecting nature is synonymous with protecting people, a future where science, innovation, and local action converge to restore balance between humanity and planet we call home. Thank you so much, Professor Gordon. Thank you, Rory. Thank you, Dr. Ansah. And thank you so much for being our audience. I'll hand over to... We would have questions during the snack break. Yeah, thank you so much.
So please, thank you so much. Kindly, wait a while. We'll do some pictures. Yes, please. So our panelist and our moderator will take a snapshot. Honorable. Kindly. Right, let's put our hands together. Interesting session. And that brings to the end this session. We're going for our snack break now for 20 minutes. This is the time to network. That's why we are here. Network. And when you take those complimentary cards, 15 minutes or snack break, and when you take those numbers, please call. Don't just take the numbers and keep them. We'll be right back. Ladies and gentlemen, the conversations continue, and they will continue after here, but our snack break is over. We can begin to settle down, and we can continue the networking, the chit-chatting, the pictures, the hashtags, right after the next session. So let's begin to settle down. I see some activity still ongoing at the back. Can we settle down, please? So in the next session, we're going to have a presentation, and then we're going to move on to another panel discussion. If we are all settled down, we can begin the next session. All right. Our next presentation is on the nature-based solution policy brief. And our speaker is a woman of grit. I'm talking about the country coordinator for the International Union for Conservation of Nature, Dorcas Owusua Ejay. Let's put our hands together for her.
Good morning, Honorable Co-Chair, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Please allow me to stand on existing protocols to make this presentation on behalf of the International Union for Conservation of Nature. As she rightly indicated, I'm presenting on a policy brief for mainstreaming nature-based solutions into policies in Ghana, and then frameworks and strategies as well. So this is the outline of my presentation. I'll talk about nature-based solutions, as most of you have heard. I'll also delve deeper into the policy brief and some key opportunities. So I wouldn't want to bore you with the lengthy description of nature-based solutions, because you've heard it from the speakers this morning. But I want to draw your attention to the fact that in the heart of nature-based solution is societal challenge. And in our quest to address these societal challenges, we are ensuring that the human well-being as well as biodiversity benefits is simultaneous. So we don't do things at the detriment of the other. Sorry. And I also want to emphasize that, as you rightly heard, nature-based solutions did not just come out from the space. It's not a new concept. It's been building on decades of work. So if you've been in the sector for a very long time, you may know of all these initiatives, the ecosystem restoration approaches, which includes forest landscape restoration. Pardon me for the acronyms, but these are globally accepted acronyms and they are all online. And I wouldn't want to rattle through them. So we also have the issue-specific ecosystem-related approaches. We have infrastructure-related approaches where we combine green and then gray infrastructure as well. That is green infrastructure and then natural infrastructure. And then we have ecosystem-based management as well as ecosystem protection approaches. So in a nutshell, we say nature-based solutions is an umbrella of solutions that covers a lot of issues. So why nature-based solutions? You've heard a lot about nature-based solutions. It is really a solution addressing diverse land and seascapes. So as you see here in this photo, there are a number of things. We have wetlands being restored, human livelihoods are being restored. Resilience to climate change is also being restored. We have our urban areas that are not left out. We also have forest areas, protected areas, as well as river bodies that are not left out. And then in our quest to addressing climate change, nature-based solution is really the key way to go to decrease exposure as well as sensitivity and then facilitate preparedness when it comes to climate change issues. And then it also helps to enhance coping capacity. So nature-based solutions, as today you've rightly heard, is really a most cost-effective way to addressing all the challenges we are facing as humans. And then, why should we even think of aligning nature-based solutions into policies in Ghana? As you all know, there are a number of global frameworks of which Ghana has signed on to. So at the heart of nature-based solutions, we are happy that since IUCN began this concept from all the works that are being done at the global and then local levels, we came up with a definition way back in 2016, which was accepted by UNEA and then also accepted globally. And then in all the multilateral environmental agreements, that's the 3 Rio Conventions together with the Ramsar, nature-based solutions is recognized. And then we also have the SDGs that are also recognizing nature-based solutions. We've heard about the Ghana, that's the GH, nationally determined contributions, the NB-SAPs, and then other national plans. And then we have also, we can't do anything without investment and financing mechanisms. So nature-based solutions is a globally accepted framework, and hence we need to align our policies as a country to fit into it as well. And as I indicated, Ghana has signed on to all these, and we are benefiting from it. We've signed on to the targets, and we definitely need to achieve as and when possible. So now, how we came about with the policy brief, we actually did a lot of deck study, stakeholder consultations, we had even a validation workshop, and then we reviewed a number of policies, frameworks, and strategies. So you may see some of them are not policies. So that's why I'm emphasizing on the fact that frameworks and strategies were also reviewed, and these are a number of them. So we categorize them into 3 sectors: the socioeconomic, which comes, and then the environment, which covers the agri, water, and then fisheries. And then we also have the energy sector and then the transport sector. So we didn't leave anything behind. We really did a lot of consultations and deep studies into all these policies to identify the gaps and the opportunities to mainstream nature-based solutions. And in terms of policy gaps, as we all know and we heard this morning, we have a lot of fragmentations, and hence we need a lot of coherence, because without coherence we cannot work together to achieve a common goal. So that was one of the key gaps we found in the policy review. And then most of our policies do not even target the needs of local communities. So we mostly do the top-down approach, whereby we leave out local communities' needs. And it is really important to be able to combine indigenous knowledge with science and policy to be able to effectively work. That is why we have a lot of good policy strategies and frameworks, but when it comes to implementation, the farmer in his community doesn't even know the details of these policies. Hence, how can he or she act upon them? And then we also realized there were a number of mentions in the policies that are targeting biodiversity conservation and promotion of biodiversity, but there are no concrete efforts to mainstream nature-based solutions. And I wouldn't say these are gaps, because most of these policies were done way back when nature-based solutions concept wasn't really there, but we had a lot of different concepts. Hence, the opportunity to review when these policies are being reviewed, we ensure mainstreaming is done. So we also targeted some of the policies that are under review and how the entry points we can ensure nature-based solutions is there. So for the new NDC 3.0 that is being reviewed, we can also capitalize on the fact that nature-based solutions can promote ecotourism. And this is what livelihood is tied into. And then we can also adopt the climate smart agricultural practices that Madam Mercy talked about. There are a number of them in the policy brief, but I just picked these two. When it comes to the food and agricultural sector, we see a lot of expansion rather than intensification. We clear a lot of areas for production, but how do we intensify to make...
Dorcas Owusu-Ejei is Country Coordinator for International Union for Conservation of Nature. Our second panelist is Daryl Bosu, Deputy National Director, ACCRA, Ghana. He joins here. And then we also have Dr. Prince Ansa, Country Director with Climate and Development Knowledge Network, Ghana. Joining us also is Richard Mate, Executive Director, Green Africa Youth Organization. And the moderator for this session is Isaac Kojo Yedonu Abua, Communications Consultant, Silver Lining. Thank you.
Thank you very much. How are you doing? Give a huge round of applause for yourselves. Great to be here as we have this conversation to try and align policy coherence on a very important subject. I hope everyone has had their food, and as we usually do, sleep after the food. Please kindly give us your complete attention, because this is probably one of the most important conversations we're going to have today. Not that the others are not going to be. If anything is going to happen pragmatically, we need policy coherence. We need to move from these conversations to these policies becoming statuses that are going to be influencing real world impact, influencing financing, influencing infrastructure, influencing different sectors. And that is why we're having this conversation. We've already defined what nature-based solutions are, so we're not going to go on that. But let me just start by saying good afternoon to everyone, and thank you for engaging us. Still morning. Oh, I just came from Kenya, so it's the time. So like I said, this conversation is going to focus on policy coherence, how we can connect the dots between science, innovation, and national development to make sure that agreements like the Paris agreements, etc., that are connected to this conversation are going to be adhered to. Nature-based solutions serve as a bridge between climate action, biodiversity, and livelihoods. Livelihoods which are very important because, as some people said in the previous panel, the way, for example, we are destroying Ramsar sites, they have practical implications on the lives of people. And so at the end of all of this, human impact and human lives are important. So today's panel, we're going to bring a mix of perspectives from people in policy, some of my friends here, science to civil society, and youth innovation, on how we can unpack these policy frameworks and coherence to bring them into practical action. As I've been rightly introduced, my name is Isaac Kojo Yedonu. I am communications consultant for Silver Lining, which is a US-based advocacy organization and research organization, also in the climate space, and I host the Change Africa podcast. Now with me on the panel, let me start from my friend Richard. Is Richard Mate, Executive Director for Green Africa Youth Organization. Can you give us a round of applause? We have Dorcas Owusu-Ejei, Country Coordinator, International Union for Conservation of Nature, IUCN. We have Daryl Bosu, who is Deputy National Director of ACCRA, Ghana. And we have Dr. Prince Ansa, Country Director, Climate and Development Knowledge Network, CDKN. Okay. So let's start the question from let's start a conversation from Daryl. So Daryl, you've worked closely with civil society organizations, communities across Ghana's most critical ecosystems, which are very much at the center of nature-based solutions. Based on your experience, what are some of the key gaps? Someone said probably not gaps, but opportunities for Ghana's current national development policies to tap into an integration of nature-based solutions and how they can be rightly addressed to help us progress as a country.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to be here and also for participating in this session. I must, before I respond to your question, acknowledge that I've been really excited to see how instructive a lot of the statements from a special guest of honor who were here indicated. I mean, talking about how we need to prioritize nature-based solutions and all of that. So I'm thinking that living here, we are going to do things differently. And that for me is what is really, really important. And to come to your question, yes, being on the field, being on the ground, working with communities and civil society, one of the key things we see is not the absence of policy or the absence of capacity. In Ghana, we have a lot of well-trained public servants, civil servants who know the value of our natural ecosystems and how they contribute to our socio-economic development. But when you come to the ground, in terms of now translating this knowledge and this learning and experience that they bring from all the various parts of the world that they've been to go and study, bringing it to the ground to implement them has become one of the major challenges in terms of getting these excellent ideas that Dorcas spoke about on the ground. Because already, yes, I mean, even before NBS came, processes in development across the country, development plans and all of that sort of acknowledges the value of our ecosystems, our forest reserves, our rivers, all the other nature-based solutions that has been spoken about. That is why we have the Forestry Commission, for example, that has been established for a long, many years back. There's also the institutions of the EPA and all of that doing work to protect the natural ecosystem and the environment. So we know that these things offer some value. But now translating all of this knowledge onto the ground, making it happen in real time, that is where the challenge is. And this is where we think that there is a disconnect between the knowledge, the capacity, and awareness with what really happens in terms of implementation. And many times there's been a challenge. People have said that, look, maybe the people who really have the means, the resources, who make the decisions, somehow when they get to the ground, they get cold feet. And they don't implement things as they need to do. That is why you see a situation, for example, that an area or, for example, a forest in an urban center is really providing very critical services for absorbing carbon dioxide, cooling the environment and all of that. Yes, though, there's the leadership that thinks that no, we can maybe convert this forest ecosystem into something else. I'm just making a critical example using the Achimota forest as a key example. And this is the situation most forest reserves, most river systems are faced with. If you go to many districts, their water services are supplied by streams and rivers coming from forest reserves. But you have a situation where the local people acknowledge this importance, but when it comes to really making sure they protect it, it turns to something. So I think that is about reconnecting our knowledge and appreciation of all the MBS we talk about into actual realities on the ground and implementation. Otherwise, it's just going to be like this for a long time. Thank you.
I like how you use the water example, which if you live in Accra, you are very much aligned to that. We have a lot of water problems. So on that disconnect, let's move on to Dr. Prince Ansa, who works with the Climate and Knowledge Development Network. So what your work really focuses on is to try and bring different actors together, science, people on the ground, academia, even the EPA, etc. You work across all of them. What I'm wondering is, through your work, what you see are institutional mechanisms of collaborative models that have worked that we can bring here to so that we can start looking at those integrative models working practically, so that the people that make the decisions, as he rightly said, will be able to see how we can move forward from these conversations into actual solutions that work on the ground.
Yeah. Thank you so much for the question. So, I mean, throughout the conversation, one of the things that keeps coming up is fragmentation. So, unfortunately, fragmentation is not just about the policies themselves. The people themselves are also fragmented. So, I think there's a need to be able to rethink about how we co-create solutions and even co-create the policies. So one of the things that we've been doing a lot is developing co-creation labs. So by co-creation labs, you bring different stakeholders not just at the higher level of policy decision making, but also the local people, local level, indigenous knowledge systems, bringing various people and knowledge together in thinking about how best to address, climate issues using nature-based solutions. And I think this is some of the key things that I also add to that is missing. So what I would say is that we have to continuously engage different key stakeholders from science, from local communities, different groups of people, engineers, even from private sector. How do we bring all these group of people in the room to be able to think through how best to address the climate change, especially climate impacts through nature-based solutions? So we, for example, one of the things that we've done with our work is that we've been able to do co-creation labs with creatives, where we brought in researchers, some policymakers, and those in the creative space and content creation space, which otherwise you may think that, okay, these are not even part of the conversation, but they are on the ground with the people. They know how to speak to them. They know how they can embrace the message. And we try to bring all this group of people together so they create different forms of content. So we have where we had cinematographers, we had poets, we had theater, those in theater, we had those in the media, we had people from all walks of lives. And this helps us to be able to generate the knowledge that is not just at the higher level, but knowledge that the communities accept and they are willing to actually take it on based on what is presented in terms of the solutions that we are talking about.
Prince works with a lot of knowledge networks, etc. But beyond knowledge, what you need is distribution. And I like the point that he raised around content creators. Because right now, I recently had a conversation with someone who was saying that when I was growing up, all we did was watch TV. But who watches TV again nowadays? Our TV is TikTok and Twitter and X, right? So content creators are the distribution platforms that can really influence the minds of people when it comes to these conversations. And I like that they are doing something. We actually had a film collaboration with this network, which is all about conscientizing people about these conversations and keeping them aware. So that's a very, very important point there. But also on the interoperability, which is a big problem when it comes to the global south. How do we make sure that we move from fragmentation to interoperability across institutions and networks? And that is where I come to with my next question to Ms. Dorcas Owusu-Ejeg, who works with IUCN. So IUCN basically creates the tools and the frameworks that helps this to become a reality. And so for her, I'm looking at how do we decentralize the decision making and the collaboration at that level. So I'm looking at district assemblies to ministries, etc. How do we bring all of that together? So we have one collaborative, interoperable approach to making sure that there is scalable policy integration.
Okay, thanks for the opportunity. So I like the introduction of the hubs by the Honorable Minister, which really connects all these key ministries to have a common platform to share information, data. Because as we all know, in Ghana, data is the most expensive item. Everybody produces data and it's kept in their pockets. We don't want to share. So how do we work together in sharing data? Now, coming to the district assemblies, the districts are the critical areas where we need to start everything from, because they are the people working with the communities. They are the first port of call when it comes to anything on the ground. And with this policy brief, what we have done is, as maybe you heard Dr. Derry mention, Ghana has a biodiversity mainstreaming guideline. And this biodiversity mainstreaming guideline has a chapter on nature-based solutions. Chapter 5 of it is nature-based solutions. It also talks about natural capital accounting. And what we have supported the NDPC together with MEST is to train the district assemblies within the hotspot intervention areas. These are from Western to Eastern and then the Ashanti. We brought together over 17 district assemblies to train them on mainstreaming nature-based solutions and biodiversity in their policies. But there's one thing: mainstreaming and implementation. These are where the gaps is. Because as we all know, the medium-term development plans has a section on environment. And every time the information is recycled. Because when it comes to their annual action plans, they do not dedicate any funds to execute that, because they are thinking of Forestry Commission officers at the district level doing something. EPA may also be doing something, and at the end of the day, they capture those information. So how do we build the capacities of our district assemblies to be able to develop bankable projects, to be able to implement all these nice ideas we are trying to push into the district assembly medium-term development plans? So capacity building for project development is really key, because now we all know what is happening at the donor front. There are a lot of shifts. So getting access to donor funds is really, really crucial. It's really competitive. So if bigger institutions are even not getting the money, how much more local institutions? So we really need to put in our best to be able to tap into these resources, because resources are really available. But how do we capitalize on these to be able to implement what we want to do? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, district assemblies are very crucial. So later we're going to go to Richard, who is Executive Director for Green Africa Youth Organization. Green Africa Youth Organization was started by Joshua. And what really made Joshua go and do this is actually a district assembly level project. Maybe he can talk about it later on. But I want to go back on the same conversation at the ground to you, Darryl. I don't know if you know, but gold is at all-time highs, right? And so that's helping Ghana, right? We have the gold board, etc., saying how much money they've been able to make, all of that. That happens at the intersection of some of these conversations: mining, infrastructure, right? So how do we counterbalance these two realities of trying to make sure that we have a thriving mining sector, but also at the district assemblies again, where these happened, the Galamsey, etc., we're able to counterbalance both policy and practical solutions that can make sure we are still developing as a nation, but we're not doing that at the detriment of our environment?
Yes, very, very good question. And I think the main tenet of NBS is balancing the social challenges with the economic and environmental needs of the people. So where you have a particular intervention that does not offer you all of these multiple interconnected multiple benefits, then there's a problem. So as you talk about we benefiting from the gold extractive sector, perfect. But the question you need to ask yourself is, how is that giving the rest of the country other interconnected multiple benefits? If you take the extractive sector alone, it displaces our need for water services, our food systems, our health, and even our general well-being. So in that particular analysis, you realize that we lose out on the multiple interconnected benefit. So in that sense, we are missing the mark. And that is why, if you're talking about NBS, you need to prioritize and make sure that your focus is on achieving balance. Otherwise, we are not going to build a sustainable society. And that is why the whole essence of NBS is talking about achieving sustainable economic development for a country. At this rate, if we just think that the extractive sector is what is going to propel us, it will eventually run out. And gold, as you know, is finite. When the gold runs out, now you ask the question, what are you going to eat? You've already destroyed your lands. You've already destroyed your water bodies. And even the things that sustain you and keep other things running, you are even sick from all the pollution that came from the gold that you sold. So this is where we miss, and I think that that's why I think that we should use this opportunity to rethink, go back to the drawing board, and do things differently.
And that's a brilliant submission. Richard, so Gaio works with youth and communities most of the time, right? You've won awards for that. So can you tell us how you guys are bridging nature-driven, community-driven nature-based solutions at scale, how you're working with local organizations to make sure that these conversations actually happen on the ground with youth and with people, waste pickers, etc.?
Thank you very much. One of the key things, as you've mentioned, as a youth-led organization is to focus on young people. And one of the things that we do is to support young people in the areas of capacity building. So we organize a lot of trainings. We bring on board experts by collaborating with institutions such as ACCRA, CASA, and all those think tanks that have the expertise to engage with these young people so that they are better equipped to lead and also to take action. Beyond that, too, we work a lot with grassroots organizations within the communities by liaising with them, ensuring that they are able to get their perspective into policy mainstreams. By so doing, we ensure that their views are also well captured into policy spaces, and they're also part of the processes from the beginning as well. And so we provide the platform for young people to engage in the development of the MTDPs, also the current NDC 3.0. We've held spaces where young people have engaged with various sector agencies in the development process, and we recently partnered with ACCRA to bring together civil society organizations as well in that manner. So these are some of the interventions that we are doing on the ground to ensure that issues of young people, the local communities, are well represented and well documented in these processes as we work towards climate action.
Notable to mention is the Climate Negotiators Program, which, for example, takes people to COPs, which are very important. So, back to Dr. Prince, your organization, when government is signing to these things, Paris agreements and all of these other conventions, it's not just for the sake of that, but also doing that kind of gives us some level of notoriety so that we can fall back on that and say that, well, this is what Ghana is trying to do, etc. How do we make sure that just signing on these conventions, we are able to leverage them to drive domestic policies and also financing?
Yeah, thank you so much. So I believe that once that we are signed on to all these, policies, international policies, I think what is important is that they give us some form of, I'll put it like right or leverage to be able to assess some form of financing to implement them. That's one of them. Secondly, also, the fact that we have signed on it also means that there's also opportunity for us to be able to develop the key strategies to be able to implement them, also at the local level or wherever they are. One of the key things I would say is that in all these things, we sign on all that, we are developing strategies on MBS and all that. One of the key things, again, bringing it back to the work we do, is how do we tell the stories around some of the best practices around these things, right? If we say that what are some of the examples of successful MBS in Ghana, probably we've not documented them, so we don't even know it. But if we make conscious efforts to be able to document some of these examples, practical examples, where we can tell stories around them through storytelling, then I think it's easier not just to mobilize funding around them, but it's easier for other communities to also learn from that and also progress in that. So I would say that it's not just about the policies that we've signed on, it is about how do we document successful stories in Ghana, in different communities, so we can tell the story better, whilst the policies are also there for us to leverage on for financing.
Yeah, that's great. I mean, that goes to my next question. Tracking progress is both quantitative and qualitative. So qualitatively, we do that through storytelling, etc. But quantitatively, which is also very important for us to be able to know the numbers, Dorcas, if you can tell us how IUCN is thinking about monitoring and evaluation frameworks, right, to measure the impact of integration MBS into national policy. Because as politicians want to do, during campaigns, they want to be able to say, we did that and they connected to this and all of that. And that can be a little tricky sometimes. So how do we do that?
Okay, so IUCN being an international organization, we have a global monitoring framework that has been adopted at other country levels. So for instance, in Ghana's signing on to the Bond Challenge, we have what we call the Bond Challenge Barometer. And we were happy to pilot it in Ghana last 2 years, where we assessed Ghana's progress towards achieving that target. And in that, we realized we were just around 36% of our contributions. So the Forestry Commission is really beefing up their games to be able to achieve this. But in talking about monitoring, there are a number of monitoring, reporting, and verification tools. One of them is the RED+. So as a country, we should be able to adapt a very robust MRV system to be able to share information, analyze them, and then also communicate the results as and when necessary. Thank you.
Okay. And to Richard again, what policy steps are needed so that scientific innovation and local action feed directly to Ghana's development? what do you think are the policy shifts that we need right now?
I think one of the most important shifts that we need is to have that cross-sector collaboration and looking at MBS as a cross-sector priority that goes or is mainstream into policy programming, both at the national and at the local level. When the things are cross-sector and we also have a cross-sector body that is looking at it, we'll move away and shift from the siloed working way of doing things as it's been experienced to a more collaborative, more inclusive, and more equitable action.
Concluding words, Darryl, let's start with you.
Conclude, I would say that yes, we need more projects on MBS, but more importantly, what we need is for us to see real change in the quality and value of the nature-based assets and infrastructure that we have around us. And also, I think that I mentioned the fact of the link between our knowledge and awareness, it translating into implementation on the ground. We need to start getting the political actors to start talking to the technical actors. Because most of the time, they come, take office, and set aside the technical knowledge and know-how and do the things they want, which usually sets us back many years. And so this is where I think that we need to connect. And if you don't do that well, we are going to miss the mark. Thank you.
So what are you going to do in the next 1 year, Prince, to make sure that we're aligning this policy to impact frameworks?
All right. So again, one of the key things is how do we work with, organizations like this to be able to identify and document successful nature-based solutions. I think that's very important. That is something that we really need to, and tell stories around it, connecting with the media and even the local communities to be able to showcase that too. It's also how do we get, practical nature-based solutions, actions into our educational system for young people to start learning about how to solve climate issues through nature. And I think that is also quite important. How do we develop, games like we do, CDK, and we develop simple games that young people can learn from and build solutions out of, some of these things. So in the next year, that's something that we hope to collaborate, with a center to do. Thank you.
And finally, Dorcas.
Okay, so to conclude, I would say that as a people, what we conserve is what conserves us. Hence, conserving natural resources for sustainable use, it's definitely not an option, but an obligation. We definitely need to act now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's an obligation, it's not an option. Huge round of applause to our panelists who've made this conversation very insightful. Amia, do you have time for questions? No? Okay. Thank you very much again. It's been wonderful having you. Hopefully we can move these conversations to a real impact. And it's been great, everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Isaac. The panelists will take a shot. It's a good time to also bring out our phones and do some selfies and put it out there. Hashtag Africa Climate Dialogue 2025. Thank you so much. We'll enter into our next dialogue session right away. And from policy, we're moving on to money, the financing in all of this. Our first panelist is Reginald Asari, Sustainable Finance Specialist with the UNDP Ghana. You're welcome. We also have joining us Henry Bote Otrima, Monitoring and Evaluation Specialist with the Ministry of Environment, Science and Technology. Joining that panel also we have Fred Adjoa Ofariwa Mante, Head ESG, Climate Finance and Sustainability Development Bank. Oh, that's right. It's Fred Adjoa, but So Frida, sorry. Sorry. Yes, you are Frida. All right. The typos, sorry about that. Then we have Daniel Oredu, his Program and Partnership Manager at Green Advocacy Ghana. And moderating this particular panel discussion, we have Patrick Stevenson, policy expert and consultant. So I'll hand over to Patrick.
Thank you very much. I think we can all appreciate Seligam. She's done an excellent job steering the conversation so far. My name is Patrick. I like money, and so any conversation that involves money, I'm excited to be a part of it. Is this one going to bring money? Doc, we will try as much as we can, if we can conjure some of those currencies to get into the room. So climate finance is one of those questions today that I personally struggle with in my daily work. And so when the opportunity came to have this conversation with these professionals, I thought, well, why not? But right out of the blocks, I think I should make a couple of remarks. Globally, this is a question we're struggling with, right? For those that may care, about 178 countries met a year ago. We're all struggling to find, okay, climate is going to cost us money, a lot of money at that. We projected something between 1.3 to 1.5 trillion, dollars. All 178 of us went, sat down, jawed about it, and we already know that the problem regarding climate, those of us in the global south, particularly Africa, your contribution is something between 2 to 4%. So you're not the people that cause the problem. But after months and on a very good day, lengthy discussions, we ended up with just an agreement to generate about 300 billion. Even that 300 billion, it is between year zero, which is the year the negotiations happen, about 2030. So it tells you that we may need about 5x what we had agreed on to be able to catch up, right? And my challenge has always been, but the people that cause majority of the problem, that we're struggling, why don't they pay for it? Why don't billionaires like to pay for stuff? In fact, there's one famous billionaire who joins climate advocacy, and he flies in private jets, right? You come to COP, you either go to Davos, and all these global meetings. He flies in private jets. The emissions in a private jet and the travel he does every year. But when the questions about, taxing the wealthy to finance climate innovations, including efforts like this one, come up, somehow they try to find ways by which they use multilateral frameworks to evade responsibility. And I struggle with that. Then the same billionaire, I'm not going to name him, for obvious reasons. The same billionaire says, a couple of months ago that, well, cows are a problem, right? Cows are a problem because the emissions from cows, emitting methane somehow contributes about 0 to 5% of global emissions. And so somehow we must find a way to modify the cow. So the cow, how about stop flying around in private jets, or pay what you emit, pay the equivalent value of that, right? And I use a cow as an example to frame our conversation. The cow is nature's gift to us. Why do we have to go and edit the cow? So that we can keep, producing more machines and things that sort of extract from us. And I think that is our job on this panel, right? When we think about nature and the possibility of using nature to unlock finance. Already there's a gridlock out there where the money is going to come from. I know Ghana has projected to spend something between 500 to 600 billion dollars by the turn of 2070. In there is some financing that should be used for nature-based solutions to manage the questions around climate. So I guess maybe I'll start with you, Reginald. And I start with you because you are embedded in the UN system. I have questions around the UN system, right? If you think of nature-based finance solutions from that standpoint, and you are Ghanaian, we are thinking about solutions for Ghana. What does the landscape of nature-based solutions and finance look like?
Thank you for the opportunity to be part of this panel. So generally, for as a Ghanaian, the funding has largely come from, international sources, multilateral development finance institutions. But that's not to say that, domestic revenue or the government too have not been supporting in terms of funding natural resource or nature-based solution-related agencies and ministries like Forestry Commission, EPA, Fishery Commission. Government has taken that responsibility of ensuring that there's annual or consistent allocation of funding to ensure that those agencies mandated by our laws to finance biodiversity, climate, environmental pollution keeps on running. But certainly we know the funding is not enough. That's why agencies like UN systems and then multilateral development agencies, international climate funds, the general international climate agreement also continue to support the government of Ghana or African countries, developing countries generally, with technical grants and technical assistance support, which often comes in the form of international financing institutions through GEF, Global Environment Facility, the Green Climate Funds, and the rest. But then, we all know in spite of those international supports and funding coming from UN agencies like UNDP and other international World Bank, still, government of Ghana needs to do a lot ourselves, considering the fact that we know for a long time that nature has been the cornerstone of our GDP, right? The foundation of our agriculture is from nature. Talk of the ecosystem services, the contribution that is support pollination services. We all know this from time immemorial. Contribution of the forestry sector to the GDP. But you ask yourself, how much, in spite of all these contributions that we get from nature, we derive from ecosystem services, which we've now packaged all those items into nature-based solution, notwithstanding these contributions that is driving our economy, how much do we in turn as a country allocate to these sector agencies who have been mandated by law, mandated by our constitution to protect these natural assets? So yes, we cannot look for a long time or all the time depend on the international community for that support. In terms of technical assistance, in terms of knowledge exchange, yes, they have it. But it's time we begin to realize that we have to set the examples. For a long time, we have been benefiting, and we still continue to benefit from these natural assets, right? In terms of GDP contribution, we get everything. Look at, you go to the Ministry of Finance, there's a whole sector about the real sector, how to milk, how to extract value from this system. But what strategies do we have to now plow back some amount of resources?
Reginald, I don't like you at all.
Right?
You know why?
We have to be realistic.
You are giving us more questions.
We have to be realistic, right? Until we become realistic, we cannot develop a very sustainable solution, financing solution to the problem.
Right.
Currently, we know what is happening in the international donor landscape. We need to really look at how we can maximize the public resources, funding coming from the public sector, to leverage on it, to crowd in, attract funding, sustainable funding from international investors, from donor agencies, based on our contribution to the kitty. Right. So we need a lot of rethinking about how to really mobilize funding, to really, not just funding, but a sustainable source of funding, sustainable financing, to ensure that we'll be able to achieve the objectives that we are all talking about.
Thank you very much for those reflections. You give us, so you talk about 3 key actors, essentially being driven by government, so we can build the right connections and partnerships. Then you ask as a question, how do we do it? Daniel, how do we do it? He says private sector actors, he's talking about government, he's talking about philanthropic capital, he's talking about what we can unlock from the global financial system, right? He has all of those ideas, but says that we should think locally and see what resources we can allow. I'm saying to you, how do we unlock that partnership and make it happen?
First of all, I would like to say thank you to everybody. I think it's unfair to ask me a question that UN cannot solve. Okay, on a more lighter note, I think we are already making progress in terms of solutions, in terms of aligning these things. One, the minister actually spoke about it. We have the CSO space driving the wheels, holding the wheels for these things we are talking about. In terms of government work, it's quite more in line with the policy and becoming instruments through which you can also access certain funds. Now, we happen to be, the organization I work with, Green Advocacy Ghana, we happen to just launch a project that we won from IUCN, Sao Tome, and it's on plastics, all right? Plastic recovery. And this is being funded by Coca-Cola, 10 million. That is not a private, that is not a donor agency. That is not multilateral, all right? That is a businessman actually knowing the worth of what he or she has contributed to this environment and needs to plow back. For the first time in our climate spaces, I am seeing Golden Star, a local agency, being a partner. So if we say how are we bringing it together, we are actually doing it. All right? Now, the Bank of Ghana has issued an initiative where there's supposed to be an ESG desk in every bank. We see a bolder step being done by Fidelity, where they are doing more. Even in the spaces of accounting, Deloitte has also started a lot of things in these areas. It is good to name them and praise them, so others who are not doing it would want to actually step up their game. Locally, we have enough. Do you know how much money MTN takes away from Ghana every year in terms of reparations from their works? Do you have anything that ties them down to actually give back in these ways? If the minister was here, I would have actually loved to task him to move beyond the ministries to the corporate Ghana, to find ways and means of ensuring they give back. Not in
they pay taxes though.
No. You know, the taxes are from your earnings, all right? And you pay salaries. Somebody wants to say that. Don't you pay salaries to your workers? Do you pay salary to the earth that you're actually destroying? You don't do it. And that will go up to the level of the minister. If he could also move beyond the sector, the ministers, to find a working group for corporate Ghana that is recognized, steered at his end, that are mandated to even track and honor organizations in Ghana that are doing some of these things. Why is philanthropy growing in the United States? It's because when an organization gives a quota of their earnings to philanthropy, they get a tax kickback. At the end of the day, it's robbing Peter to pay Paul, though, but that money, you know, is diverted directly into this particular cause. If you pay taxes, it is diverted into the government pocket, and government does whatever they want to do with it. But when you are moving in this direction, you know this is exactly what is being affected, is impacted with your money. Yeah. So if you want me to answer your question, Ghana is already doing it. If the minister were here, we would request him to go a step further to form a corporate technical working group. And it's so interesting that we have given a directive to set an ESG desk. We are saying we should move sustainable. Every agency in Ghana should have sustainability desks, but there is no tool for the government audit services to audit sustainability. I don't know sometimes whether we jump. So maybe one thing that we need to also now fill in the gap is equip the auditors how to actually assess the impact environmentally, how not just on the monetary value, all right, what the company is saying that this is what I did for my CSO, this is what I did for sustainability. What are the matrices for measuring that which they said they did in a very national, realistic framework that you can judge every agency by? Audit service doesn't have that. So yes, whilst we are moving in streamlining these things, we also equip them to ensure that the other end, it doesn't become a loophole where organizations would use to say, oh, I have done my CSO, I have done this, I have done that, and quote huge budgets, which will go into the pockets of people either than the work actually being done.
So I have a problem with you two. You are giving us too many questions to answer.
I answered the question, and I hope
no, you did answer the question.
I
I think
my question to another person to answer.
I think you give us some very interesting things to chew on, right? That again, you know, there are already some private companies that are already going ahead, you know, of the curve to put you. I wouldn't want to say their money where their, what's the phrase again? Put your money where your mouth is, right? If you hear any company's name here, we are not running advert for them. Let me say that and put that on record. We are not. If you hear the name of a company in the negative, we're also not saying against them. I believe Chatham House rules apply here. We're having a very frank conversation, and it should be very, very open, right? So you leave us with two questions. One is a certain coordinating mechanism from the quarters of government to unlock finance from a private sector. Sounds fair. The next question, which, you know, this is a question of the auditors. But the other thing you leave us with is this thinking that, well, private financiers seem to be doing something, but we could do a little bit more. That takes me to you, Frida. You people with the money. I don't like bankers. Because when we ask you to do things that are not, things that don't generate immediate cash flow, it's not, you know, coming from the product compendium. It's not generating some immediate returns, you know, from some Makola woman or some importer, exporter. You don't like it. Here we are talking about a problem that typically should be solved from a common point, typically our government. But now we have accepted that the responsibility cuts across. What can we do to enable banks and other private financiers to get into the game?
Hello. Okay, so thank you very much, and all protocols observed. I would just say that from a banking perspective, now, sustainability is not a nice to have. It's the way of life. Okay. So now banks have also moved away from just what will add to their bottom line, or which other sectors can they support. Because you realize that whether we like it or not, this is the environment within which we live in. And if we keep financing and buying and selling products that will not protect our environment, then it means that in the future there will be a huge challenge. My friend from the UN mentioned that usually funding for nature-based solutions usually come from development partners and the like. But even we realize that even funding from there is dwindling. It's not really available, and it's up to us to look for the better way by which we can do this. And one of the things that we at Development Bank Ghana is doing is a blended finance system, or a blended finance mechanism. Now, Development Bank Ghana is a wholesale DFI, so it means that we are not like the normal commercial bank, like Fidelity Apps Access, that you walk in to get fund to run your business. No, we provide wholesale funds to commercial banks, savings and loans, rural banks for on-lending to SMEs. Now, because we are funded by the World Bank, African Development Bank, KFW, and EIB, sustainability ESG is a core pillar of our operations. So it means that wherever our funding is going, it should have a positive impact on the environment. It should not have a negative impact. So there are certain areas that we don't finance. For example, we don't do mining. Mining is a no-no for us. We don't do mining in the extraction industry. So I focus on agriculture, manufacturing, even in a sustainable manner. When we say high-value services like the ecotourism and the like, we are ready to finance that. So, but you realize that we have an interest rate issue in Ghana. Rates are very high. And so recently that we had GR around 17.8, it was around 20-something%. Before the commercial banks add their margin of 10, they are getting a rate of 35%. Now we can attest the fact that these nature-based solutions, it takes time for you to see the effects. Let's don't think fast. Simply applying like poultry droppings and the rest to, let's say, your vegetables or your tomatoes, it will take time for you to see the improvement. Unlike when you apply an inorganic fertilizer, where in no time the leaves will start to green and then you see some improvements. But in the end, the manure will bind the soil. The manure would provide nutrients for earthworms. The long-term effect is better. So these are already things that we already have, that we've already been doing. Now the issue is to fund these things. Usually the return on investment will take some time before you see the value that you get from that. So if I'm financing two people, one person uses natural organic stuff for his production, another person uses fertilizer. Fertilizer will look bigger in a short while, but the organic stuff will take time. But then the impact you would get, you will see it over the long term. So what are we doing? We are trying to raise grant funding, blend with our own funds, and be able to lend to commercial banks at a more concessionary rate to drive climate-smart agriculture, to drive nature-based solutions, and in the end user can get value for what they are doing. So that's from a funding side. But I like what the previous speaker raised. Technical assistance is very key, and bankable projects. Now, if everyone says I'm doing something, oh, it's nature-based, it's organic, it's protecting the environment. But how to make it a bankable project is a very important thing. For example, you have something like Safari Valley, where you can go and look at giraffes and monkeys, but you pay before you go. So in the end, when the bank is financing Safari Valley, they know that there are cash flows that are going to come in, even though we are watching the zebras, the giraffes, and all that. So how are we going to put all these initiatives that we have and ensure that they are bankable and attractive, and then get an investor or come to a bank to finance to grow it? When I was coming, I was thinking about Kantanka. I've been watching, and you see, he has a lot of these organic stuff that people are even drinking with the sites, and they are normal because he's doing a lot of combinations from herbs and all that. But how have they documented these things? How have they researched on these things? And how are they going to commercialize these things? So that we can have these local industries thriving, and then banks can finance them. Because it's not about, yes, you know that maybe when you break some herbs and give it to your pawpaw tree, it withstands against coccidiosis and the like. But what is the chemical composition of that? Have you been able to pay it? And if you are not able to make these things bankable, then we are just going round and round in circles. And this is where I think these are the few points I have to raise.
Thank you very much for those reflections. You can appreciate her. I told you we are going to find money. I'm here to hear the billions, but she's giving me a clear idea. They are getting some patient, development finance. They are blending that with commercial finance. So it changes the character a little bit. Then we can think of long-term, investments that may go into nature-based solutions. But you close your submission on an interesting point. Project pipeline. There's nobody here with the capacity to talk about project pipeline than you, Henry. You do M&E. You're sitting at MESTI. A lot of interesting things are happening there. When you look at the kinds of projects that we are designing, for the purposes of preserving the environment, are we there yet? Frida says, perhaps no. I'm not sure what your own take will be, whether it's going to be no. If it is no, why? And what can we do to make sure that we build a pipeline that finance can chase, whether it's commercial or development finance?
Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone, and all protocols observed. Like Steph said, my name is Henry. I'm the monitoring and evaluation specialist on one of our projects, which is our biggest project yet at the Ministry of Environment, Science and Technology, known as the West Africa Coastal Areas Resilience Investment Project. It's not huge. It's just $155 million. The reason why I'm saying it's just $155 million ties in with his point about pipeline projects. It's simple. What are you submitting to your donors to be able to, look for funding or get some funding? Over the years, Steph, I can say, even though it's a journey, Reginald made mention of the real sector at the Ministry of Finance. The Global Environment Facility sits there. We've submitted a lot of things, and people keep bringing in projects. all funny names, a lot of things. But you see, you read chapter 1 of the project concept notes, and then chapter 2 is fighting chapter 1. Because the process from A to Z has not been reasoned through. When Daryl and his panel were giving their discussion, you could tell that we are in a hurry to reap where we do not sow. I am very careful saying this because I review a lot of projects. I do a lot of monitoring and evaluation, like you're saying. We score a lot of projects. A lot of these projects are not even able to maintain their indicators. Okay, let's say year 1, I've given you 5 million. I'm expecting you to plant 15 hectares of tomatoes. You give the money out, people come back, and in year 1, they've done 1 hectare. You ask, what is the reason? They cannot explain. They do not have documentation to support the claims. They do not have any robust system in place to even track activities on ground. This is one of the challenges we have. We are talking about bankability. Bankability drives pipeline. What is bankability in simple sense? I have something I want to sell. Any product that sells itself is the best product. If you have to do so much talking, you are in trouble. Let's take the project I'm on, for instance. World Bank says, hey, Ghana, we have given you some money for coastal resilience over the years. Coastal resilience, if you know the terrain very well, it's in the purview of the Ministry of Works and Housing, supported by the Ghana Hydrological Authority. How come this project worth 155 million has been given to the Ministry of Environment? I leave that to all of us to think about. I come back to answer that. Steph, it's because in the design of the project, we argued and lobbied to leverage nature-based solution as a green component of the grey investments for coastal resilience. What do I mean by this? We want to move from just building groins, breakwater, what we popularly know as sea defense, and then move on to other innovative green-themed financing or solutions. So we have sand engines, for instance. We have sand dunes, for instance. We have hemming of shoreline coastal soils with variants of mangroves, with variants of plant species, cocoa plum, etc. Out of the 155, Steph, it may interest you to know that the World Bank, which is funding us, has actually agreed that we take out 137 million following our feasibility study, which is currently ongoing, to see how much of that will go into the nature-based financing and then how much will go into the pure grey financing. Now compare this to a project that is just coming in with a nature-based theme. Do not forget, when Dorcas was giving us her address, she gave us the IUCN theme of what NBS qualifies us. So part is not just as easy as, taking some pottery. No. There is a criteria. And this is where the pipeline of projects fail to meet expectations. So you have, let's say, 8 criteria with 28 indicators. Even satisfying 10 of those indicators, it's no joke. It's no mean feat. I sit at the helm of that, so I know how difficult it is. Sometimes countries are very ambitious in their development. Let's take Waka, for example. When we started, we wanted to address the whole 550-kilometer shoreline of Ghana. Yes, you see, you are laughing. We're overly ambitious. Even though this is a possibility, you can't do that with $155 million. Anyone who knows the terrain knows that today it is costing us about $10 million to put up just 1 kilometer of a breakwater. 1 kilometer. If I do 8 kilometers, it means what? 80 million USD. Take that from 155. How much is left? And don't forget that the whole 155 is not just for the grey and the nature-based. 137 out of the 155 is just for the grey and green. The other one is going into something we call the social sub-projects, so we can have impact on society as well, schools, health, etc. So what we are lacking is the ingenuity of having a holistically balanced, thinking towards project development. Things have changed. In our 155, a part of it is a loan and a part of it is grant. I don't know who can guess. but 150 is a loan, and 5 is a grant. Why? It's because even the bank, safe to say, is testing our capacity to demonstrate our commitment to the green investment for which we have lobbied as a Ministry of Environment, championing all green and environment related initiatives in collaboration with others, the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, IUCN, and everyone. So I just want to bring our mind to rethinking our project design methodologies. I want us to see beyond the norm, you know, just writing something to represent something, to take something to touch a few people. No. You come and then write something beautiful, ambitious, and we are going to impact 1 million people. Out of the 1 million people, 600,000 are women. Let us tread cautiously, because we are churning out a lot of difficult to read pipeline concept notes and proposals. And as we get tired locally, our partners beyond us also get tired, because it's like we are refusing to learn. The project I'm on runs through 9 West African countries. 9. They are in phases. We are in phase 2 now. There is a Waka Plus even beyond the phase 2. It should tell you that people want to invest. The money isn't there, but it is there. The reason being, you'd have to come in strong on your innovative arm, or else you cannot attract a certain type of financing.
Please, a round of applause for Henry. So, Dr. I don't know if we are still finding your money. We're finding it. We'll find the money. Let me pass you the microphone so we can hear you.
The issue is, why plan to do something which you know is not achievable? You know, and why also do you agree to do something and you don't? I mean, that is the height of I don't know what word to use. So part of the problem is that we are quick to want to do things, and then once we start, we realize that they are not as achievable as we thought they would be.
Right.
So I think cutting your coat to fit your how do you put it again? Cut your coat according to your size. Yeah. So it is good that we are learning to align. It is good that we're recognizing that in this nature-based climate space, it's not just one person, one institution. What we need to do is to synergize, to make sure we work together to achieve. I know we all want to sit on whatever money we have and not share, but if it's not going to make sense, then you might as well share.
Thank you very much for those. Please, a round of applause for her. So, we are getting somewhere. I want to have this conversation with you, right? I've gone around the panel. Is there a question, comment? And I can only do that. I can only give you 30 seconds to a minute. We don't want anything more. And it's got to go straight to the point. I don't want to hear you are acknowledging people and you are singing somebody's praises. Get a question, go straight to the buyer. Hassan in the middle.
I'm Ferdinand from United Nations University.
Okay.
So I think it is also about education to these private or banks, for them to know that some of the funds or the credits they give out have implications in terms of what the environment, how the environment can impact them. For example, one of the banks we're dealing with knows very well that flood can impact how their clients can pay back their loans.
Okay.
So they are partnering with science to be able to do those risks and support the business to be able to survive. So we should also do such education.
Thank you very much from you and you. And there was an important point you made, Henry, which brings me, a full circle moment about this question of the, dynamics between debt, loans, and climate solutions. And again, it's one of the major challenges that I also have from the, financing of development. Yes. Okay, you have nature. Keep the cow. Keep the resources in the soil. Don't extract them. Okay. Can I quantify for you to pay me? You say no. You won't pay. You won't give me grant for it. Okay. Then you now come and give me back a loan. And this is the bank. You can think of beyond the bank what others are doing, right? And so I've had a challenge, and this is not a Ghanaian problem, and it's a global multilateral problem where, we are bundling up debt, right? Using climate and nature-based, finance as a tool to further lock countries in the global south up. I'm surprised to hear that you have, for your project, you've got 150 million coming by way of loans. And it doesn't matter if it's 1% on the dollar, right? There's somebody in Switzerland today who's able to get 1% on the dollar, and he's not investing in anything climate related. So it's fine the World Bank's doing that, but if somebody in Switzerland, somebody in Silicon Valley can get billions and go and build planes and fly them, and you need to conserve 500 kilometers, but we have to give it to you as a loan. I think it's a big question that we need to be answering. It's a question that goes beyond this room. And how do we get, proper alignment around asking that? Is there another question, comment for the panel? I see a hand in the front. In the interest of gender, do I have women in the room? Why are all the women quiet? Okay, Selikam, I think there was a female hand at the back. Maybe we should take that one after this one.
My name is Adiza from the Northern region, Tamale to be precise. And it's just a general comment I've observed.
Okay.
So when we have discussions like this, they speak about networking. And then most of the dignitaries we want to network with, we realize when it's time for snack, when it's time for lunch, they have a separate room from us, and we don't get the chance to network with them. And mostly before the program ends, they leave, and we don't even get to network with them. So please, I think it's something you should consider when you are having programs like
Thank you very much, Adiza from Tamale. Even though you are not asking me about money, it's fine. I said I needed questions about money, but my humble plea to everybody here, because of Adiza's question, when we close, I understand my panel is the one between you and lunch. So Adiza, there'll be more time to lunch. And I don't know if I can make a commitment that they'll wait, but I can believe me that my panel, they're very friendly. They'll be more than happy to engage. There was a hand in the front. No, the gentleman in glasses here. I think his hand was up first. I hope it is not networking and it is a question. Fantastic. Let's hear you.
Thank you. My name's Echo.
Well, you can sit down if that's more comfortable. That's fine.
All right, my name's Echo, and I love how the discussion is going so far. I
Okay.
see we've spoken extensively on metrics, and that's where my line of questioning surrounds.
Yes.
Yeah, so I want to know the ways we can, quantify and communicate the economic returns of ecosystem-based services in order to attract investments, funding both local, international, corporate alike. Yeah.
Right. Thank you very much for that question. And I think that's a question that I'd expect Henry and Frida to address. Henry because he does M&E, Frida because he has money. She's the one who controls the money. So she will tell us what we should look out for. Yes? Let's hear you.
Okay, so Frida, I'll go first. Yeah, so Ghana has an ecosystem accounting system. Okay, ecosystem services accounting system. We have a lot of, acronyms and things. Doc has made mention of that. What it does is it tries to quantify what our national asset looks like. We did one in 2015. We've done the current one in 2021. So I'm presuming 2026 we should have another one. We are currently looking at a portfolio of about $1.1 billion in terms of benefit. And this is why when those banks and things are lending to us, they sort of believe you have what it takes to pay back, even though you'd have to, ensure you implement the project, you meet some indicators, you are able to tick certain boxes here and there. Because if you look at what nature has to offer us, nature is everything and we are nature. Darrell, etc. Everybody said it. These gold resources we are getting, everything is coming from nature. So these guys are seeing it, these guys are taking a look at it. And if we are even reporting, looking at our last ecosystem accounting that we did, around $1 billion, I mean, if somebody's giving you money, they already come in with the assertion that you have the capacity to pay back over a certain period of time. For example, Waka, we were paying over 25 years because it's a concessional loan. Okay, in the first 20 years, we are looking at a percentage of 1.65. After the 20 years, the next 5 years, it's 3.4. Okay, where we are doubling. So we pay twice every year. You pay in May, you pay in November. For the first 20 years, you are paying 2.457 million. For the next 5 years, you are paying 5.1 million. You get $99 million in your 20 years. You get $51 million in your 5 years. You put it together, you pay back the 150. Sorry if I'm just rattling. That is all I do. M&E and Waka. So yeah.
Thank you very much,
exactly.
Henry, for those reflections.
Yes,
Frida, let's hear you.
So quickly, so usually before you enter these donor agreements and these partners, they clearly tell you what exactly the indicators they want to be measured. Before you enter in any of these partnerships with any of these donors, they tell you the exact indicators that they want met. So even, for example, we had some funding from KFW to blend with our own funds to do green finance. Now there are clear indicators on how much carbon emissions they want to be reduced, what the quantity is, and whether you have tools that you'll be able to measure with. But the main challenge is sometimes the SME doesn't even have tools. I'm talking about the small scale, not the large scale coastal projects. The small ones, and the SME, they don't even have the tools to even measure how much carbon emissions are being saved. And the bank cannot even verify whether the SMEs are giving them the right numbers. And then it also comes to us, who is also lending to the commercial bank. So even though we've done the green finance investment facility, we are doing a lot of capacity building because we need to first train the banks to have tools, partner with GIZ to train SMEs to get those tools to measure, and then it can feed into the numbers. Because whether it's even a grant or a loan, they want to see actual indicators on what you are using and how it's measuring and how it will help you achieve Ghana's nationally determined contributions. Because we are also not working in like in silos. We are also working to contribute the whole national agenda. But it's the tools, the capacity building, the skills to put together a proper proposal that affects the bankability.
Thank you very much for those reflections. Maybe let me go to you, Reginald. And while you are contributing to this one, there's something else that, as they were talking, was bothering my mind. So, questions around what we can do with tax policy, fiscal policy incentives, and that would apply to you as well. What your thoughts are on that and how we can use that to unlock, money from private actors to support that. I know there's a trade-off at some point. It's not clear what that trade-off is going to look like. But what will your own reflections on that be?
Yeah. Thank you. To contribute to my friend's question, right, as UN agency or as UNDP, one of the key indicators or metrics, as you can guess, right, we look for is how you meet or how the projects contribute to SDG goals. And these are very critical. So these are measured. There are a whole lot of indicators under each SDG goal. And considering the objective of the project, right, and its relation to a particular SDG goal, the project will be assessed or measured to see how, to what extent it really helps the country realize its full SDG goals and SDG ambitions. So this is very, very also critical, that when it comes to donor-funded projects in recent times, it must contribute to help the host country achieve its sustainable development objectives. So then back to your question about how fiscal policies can help raise or mobilize funding towards financing NBS in Ghana. Well, there are various, approaches, fiscal policy measures. One is, let me call debt for nature swap, for instance. You look at your current circumstance, right? We all know if you have a debt, it becomes very difficult for donor agency to grant you a loan, all right? So you become unattractive. But once, as a country, you have a high debt burden, there's a financial mechanism or financial instrument, the bankers will know better. This is also a public finance mechanism or fiscal policy mechanism that in spite that you are a highly debt burden, it helps you to swap or exchange part of your debt, right? In terms of partner agreement with the donors to really help you, then you commit yourself that instead of paying back my debt for this international bank or to World Bank or whoever it is, then they now, through agreements, that instead of you paying back, that will channel this funding towards a particular national or agreed, whether blue economy or forest or even mining or whatever, to achieve environmental objectives. This is similar to what we did some time ago, those who are older, about HIPIC initiative. Yeah. How they allow you, they forgive you your debt, but then they hold your hand, they assist you and help you direct how to spend your money. And under our UNDP, we have a project called Biodiversity Finance Initiative. Luckily, Ghana has been signed on to that project, and it's a project I'm leading at the UNDP at the moment. Currently, Ghana, we are at the stage of developing the Biodiversity Finance Plan, which Dr. Derry talked about.
Okay.
And when the plan is ready, we will look at Ghana's context and say, oh, what type of financing solutions or financing mechanism or approaches in Ghana's context will be appropriate for us to, get some funding.
Right.
And obviously, considering our situation, we hope Ghana will prosper, Ghana will be out of debt, certainly. But in case for those other countries who are still have some debt component on their national balance sheet, it puts you at a very convenient place. It grants you opportunity to now enjoy some debt forgiveness.
Right.
Whereby then, instead of paying back the money to my friend borrowed, the money will be rechanneled back to, say, Africa Center for Nature Climate Action to really initiate our objective, our project. So these are some of the innovative financing approaches with fiscal policy measure. Though you are at advantage, you are highly debt burdened, but then
there's some room to wiggle
around. So
thank you very much. Thank you very much, Reginald, for those reflections. And you also gave us $150 million. And I could see Doc, praise you for that. That perhaps that's a pathway we may want to explore to unlock some additional resources.
Exactly, resources.
He made a point which tied into your very first, submission around creating this central coordinating point by which we can, connect on issues of technical capacity, finance, accountability, and bringing in private actors. When he says, okay, there's the SDGs, everything we're doing somehow is an indicator that speaks to that, right? When you hear that and you reflect on this question of finance, where do you think the fiscal incentives may be, and how do we unlock a bit more of it?
Thank you very much. I will touch on what you said. I'll touch on Henry. I'll touch on the bank.
It's good you are the last person speaking.
I'll touch on the young man's own.
If you can do it in 3 minutes.
I'll start from his end. A simple understanding to your question is, if I want $1, all right, from you for a nature-based solution, how do I prove to you that $1 will yield, let's say, $5? What are the things I can put together to say that A, B, C, and D, if you fund me, because nature-based solutions, when you are calculating its intended the revenues, you have to look at the social factors. An example is a lead project we are working on from Bloomberg. And you realize that $1 of money contributed towards lead saves $10, technically. We can explain it to the core, giving you the socio-economic factors that are being considered for that. So M&E, what you can do for us to help us unlock some of these financing is sitting at your ministry, find a way to help us know how to calculate these things. Because we know the problems, we have thought through to a point the solutions. How do we make them bankable for the bank to actually finance? If it is not we going for a grant, and we know that the solution actually has some net positives, in terms of financial gains, then we can switch from looking at it as a grant, and then make it more bankable and attract money. That is one. You mentioned debt. I don't like it. I will be very honest with you. For no reason of mine, I go in for a loan of $200 with whatever interest that are on it. I come and construct a road from Accra to Kumasi because I know that will bring a lot of economic value to my country. I didn't do anything wrong. Floods come in and they keep coming in as a result of climate change, and it just raises the roads off. The road is off. Something that I actually took money to do. I've not finished paying the loan for the road, but the road itself is gone. So do you want to tell me that for no reason I should now go back and say that debt to forgive? When I was in the reason, I developed my country. So maybe the conversation around debt to forgive should go back to M&E. Africa should go back to the drawing table and attempt to quantify. Not the wholesale quantification that we say we need about 10 billion. I was in COP in the negotiation room when the word is. The word is. US stood up against it because it makes it mandatory and they are not supposed to be mandated to contribute towards it. That was the position they were coming from. And excuse me to say, some of our leaders, we were in a close call meeting, made a statement that, oh, we are collaborating with America on other issues, so let's not be too hard on them on this one. And that is it. That is it. And so for debt to UN, I beg you, I don't believe in that. And I don't believe we have to forestall our development as a nation. And at the end of the, let me bring it down to you. If you want to save,
you have 1 minute to bring it down.
Stephen, if I take 500 hectares of land from a community that is dependent on that livelihood, and I say that I want to generate carbon credits from them, and by virtue of that they are not going to develop that 500 acres of land, how are you foreseeing that community to develop? At the end of the day, that money comes in, it falls through certain bottlenecks, some get to that person. How does the person develop in his own community? Enlightenment to make the person move from that rural area into an urban area, causing another problem. So maybe we have to rethink it. And Africa, if we can't do it as Africa, Ghana, we are leading in a lot of things now. We can actually sit down and try to quantify these things. Put the matrices there, because when you go and meet with America, America would want to see data and evidence. You get it? And we don't have all the data. They are even collecting most of the data for us. So I was happy when the minister actually said that we are actually moving into data surveillance to have real time. That was not even the minister, the ambassador. They are supporting the country to have real time nets, to have real time data that would inform some of these things. We are not there yet. To our CSOs in here,
in 10 seconds,
if we want to unlock the finances from our corporate and from corporate Ghana, let's get our game right. Go to the field and go and do the real test. Stop sitting on the internet and using GPS. Stop sitting on the internet using ChatGPT to find solutions to our problems. In terms of nature-based solutions, they are already there. We have a lot of them. Our communities have been resilient, and even in the wake of climate crisis, they are surviving, with or without the scientists who are communicating too many jargons to them. That is rather confusing them. It's better we go down there, go to the community, listen to them, then write the story as you have heard it. Come to the top, speak to the scientists, find ways and means of getting this becoming a bankable thing.
A round of applause for Daniel and for my panel members. I wish we had a lot more time, to explore the subject a little more. When we started, Doc tasked us to find money. We tried to find only $150 million. $155 million. I would have hoped we got a lot more. Because like I did say from the beginning, the country's own projections are that between now and 2070, we're going to make something in excess of $500 billion. The first time I heard that, I was mortified because that is about 10x. Oh, somebody, okay, Prof, let me give you 10 seconds.
I want to correct some things. One, scientists now use a transdisciplinary approach of co-development and co-design with communities. So there's no up and down. You're all on the same level. Second thing, there's a program funded by Global Climate Fund and African Development Bank, 800 million. It's called LEAF, Levering Access to Climate Finance. So it's not even the finance, it's how to get the finance, which has got a lot more behind it. You're talking about several billion. Ghana, in the past 3 years, has accessed less than 4% of that money.
Thank you very much, Doc. Don't say how. Doc said he was only going to tease our minds and correct some impressions. And this is not, the point Doc makes is not a standalone point. I mean, I've worked in development finance circles for a bit. There are some cases where we actually as a country struggle to draw down on whether bilateral or multilateral commitments that have finances behind them, right? For a number of varied reasons, which you have had the opportunity of talking about. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll draw the curtain to the conversation here. It hasn't ended. My panel members are going to be available. If you've got questions or reflections you want to have with them, you're more than happy to do that. Another round of applause for them. And a big one for yourselves. My name is Patrick Stevenson. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll do a picture. Great one. It's amazing how much buzz there is always about money and money issues. Right. We're just about wrapping up on this, but we'll quickly, for the next 10 minutes, want to have this fireside chat just before we go. We have community foresters who are on the front line. They are protecting our natural resources. They are the ones helping on the ground to restore the degraded lands. When we sit at the table here and we talk, we should think about what happens on the ground as well. And that's why they are here. Joining me for this quick fireside chat is Grace Asari. She's a community forester. Also, Reverend Augustine Dabo is a community forester. Let's put our hands together as they join me up here for this quick conversation. Keep doing it, keep doing it. They are coming from being on the ground. We're sandwiching you. So I'll go straight into it and I'll begin with, you know who, Grace. What motivates your community to take part in the forest climate action?
Hello?
Yes.
Okay, please. Because I'm a local from a farm, a local farmer, I like to express myself with my local language. What Auntie Mercy said, so that I can express myself very well.
Feel free.
If you can't understand me, we are all Ghanaians, we are all trees. So please, can I express myself in my own language? Oh yeah, okay. Thank you very much.
We'll do some translation.
Yeah. Thank you for the opportunity. And once again, I'm Grace Asari from Kakum Landscape. Pachomeka Mekasa. We are expressing Hokakra. Me pacho, it me motivates me. Na me journey crema no ehun se kane no na yenkua mu no ye kokwa ye janesa na ye forest na ye kokoo ye kwaye no na boaye ma ye kokoo no but at times goes on no esan se etwitwa ye nua ni na free yan forest no na ye nua so ye kokoo mu ntino ye kokoo no ebenya haw kakra eno nti ekoko amankase edua yenya mfaso e community no eso beti eno ye one kane no ye mfitire etuminya ngwa etuminya emre ene ade but because of say ye di eniama a any organic ye di fertilizers access imro access enkwaye ene ye mfuo ni nti no entumi amwa ama ya entumi enya de sese yenya in all no you hu say omu ye community entrance replus for e by en community no be hu say esese kuafo yenya sika egu ye mbotom na ye kokoro no sudoso ni etumi boy ye kwaye no ene ye kokoro ne ye ndachi ai betumi ade ye nchirima eno nti ye community entrance ana ye twon safre ekuafo na mamon any stakeholders are omo community ni mu na herbalist so that be omo na betumi atie ti adwumede no be bo ase ese aduanua e we koko mu koko eka ba ko bi ese aduanua be ye 10 ese yenya ye baba zone ye nsuo no ye bo ho ban ye bo nru a ye mbo enru nsuo no ye mbo aduro fa nsuo no eno ye one say self guide e betumi abo ye ho ban kuyani ukwa ma then I saw ye oh boy for a drawer and far at a range watarium can go so said a buyer a bebo one casani peduan hoban. 2 gender balance a man may need to find a medium replus program no boy Emma yan local man yatumi aboa say livelihood me a benefit of it me wa me wo local taganatoa madam bacho yi ba kuma na mfantre livelihood program be boy me vegetables from January to December there's no time means offense vegetables because of say livelihood program no we organic taganat we are able to say natural draw enfra me vegetables from January to December any season I don't apply any chemicals local correct one because of GCFR Ghana Cocoa Forest programming ama ye nkromu no enua ye duadua ye tumi aboa landscape Kakum landscape last year enya benefits from the carbon benefits from the World Bank because of say tumi duadua nua na ye ti wiemu hie so ntino enya benefits farmers enya omode sekan ebi ti say walantin boot ebi ti say pruning machines ebi ti say fence eniwa bebre cutlass ni na aka ho eno na aboa e ma ehu say dwumadie no ese e bo ho dero ese e ba down to your community no ye ni omunhia na etumi e bo ho ban 2 de e ka ho a etumi bo ayen eni say kane koko no ye aduro nko a anya aduro nko a at times you have to visit your farm e fefo no uye to e wom uye say e bia na pruning enye aduro kwa na betumi aboa o farmer no ese otumi eboa eye visiting at times no de koko bonso recommend amount na ese odi eye adwuma at times na yisu yo ade a obi aba aduro bia na wato it will help na koko no so ese hu say chocolate ye de ye adwuma etumi eboa ye ni na nti say chemicals nko a etumi mboa ye nti de motivate me pa ma metumi join the program ne say etumi aboa me community we have benefits from World Bank friends carbon benefits no and you one your community yanya bo host yanya niema bebre etumi abo me community no because of say me dey me ho join that program and 2 me ankasa as oba no atumi abo ne magina brand as oba do me a single parent there with 6 children but nyame adum sa program we abo me ama magina me na so me ye niama with my own nyame adum ama me jinan who say me community they listen to me baby ebeko bia no they listen to me because of say Red Plus program no etumi abo me ma achieve wo me community the last ye chrome na ensuo eho odin kakra enti because of say workshops ahoro ye kon Red Plus program ye kon etumi bu anti no ye ka che community ni say mo obi ahwe nsuo biom efi na ye ko hwe nsuo a niema e oho ni ye pop na be say for the past 3 months ensuo na ye say no eno ana ye no me because of say sa nchirechire ni niama e call around sintino ama community nyame adom magina om na so e ba climate smart cocoa a omo provide e ba trees a omo provide community ohina ma ya sa say ye dwanua It's very nice. I have my vegetables no. A big ram they are sending him to me. Say project work, bet me a project me in Nayashi. It's to me a boami and I'm a Janet Brownie as Oba. Namin Shramu.
Thank you so much, Grace. And
You're welcome.
there's been a lot of work that you've done on the ground.
Yeah.
We do see that you are indeed following through with the nature-based solutions and making sure that trees are on your farms, because many of us don't know that agriculture in its own way has a way of affecting even the environment. As you farm, you sort of are depleting the land. And so she talks about the initiative of planting trees, making sure that they use safe agrochemicals,
Yes.
and then the benefits that they've also derived from the programs such as farm equipment and others as well. And then the empowerment bit. For a single mother of 6, she now has a voice in a community, and this for me is the highlight of it. Another round of applause for Grace. So I'll come to you as well. Daniel, Reverend Augustine Dabo. So tell us what motivated you and then the benefits, just as Grace also shared.
Thank you, Madam. And I'm going to talk about the governance structure of the whole program, about the Ghana Cocoa Forest Respite Program. That's the GCFRP. What brought me here, or my position here as board chairman, Washington Region, I'm also going to speak in my local language for you to understand me.
Feel free.
Are you okay with me?
We're okay.
Okay, Madam Wasi. I want to say 2021, and I'm joining Ghana Cocoa Forest Respite Program. Already 203. Now I'm a member of National Forestry Forum, also champion about the same management and protection of the forest and the wildlife. Now, yadi church, the woman say, the TTR say, Mammy Messi Casano can say, you might hear, Mammy name paying for toms of a big costo, our landscape. Me cover 6 political districts. I have one south, west, southeast, and north. Because I fat tepa, Mankranso, and a drama. And I'm saying, Achoma, 3 districts. Achoma will be a just south, Achoma will be a just north, and Achoma Punua, Yinahini, and Kyrie, and a barricades. So, landscape, is seeing district Muna, Yakabo Mame. Now, you may be a baby, or Ghana, so they come. The government structure and investment was a brainy tea. They only say, yeah, CRMCs, Community Resource Management Committee, and almost all the communities are. And what Sassi district is about 500-600 communities. From that end, you have a couple of forming CEC, that's Community Executive Committee. In the 10 communities are near Komabum, Abewana Zona. The BRs we call elections. Over community more. We factor about the gender balance. We reserve 2 positions for women. Urban to be contested. The women can contest all the positions, but the 2 key positions reserved especially for women. Vice position and then treasurer position. But the women can contest chair, can contest organizer, can contest secretary. But that 2 positions reserved for women. Say you couldn't come and you are a man of Kano. From Anya Chikrano, 5 co-executive, no, with my number 2, and not 3. It's Sana, a stretch and a CNT. It's your best now. Your best can zones will be a womb, zones be a 5, 6. You have been a sub HI. I don't know, represented district level. It means you have 4 sub HIs. This sub HIs is like saying you can't say district level or more committee. As your elections are, I'm one chairman and one secretary will be here. And sorry, I can't say 4 sub HIs in our boom. I will form me board. It's board, and you can take it as HMB. HMB standing for Hotspot Management Board. And HIN standing for Hotspot Intervention Area. It's generally standing for the whole 6 area. No, I combine that in 1. It's the board, so you're trouble. Now, board, no, what you are about to learn, vertical crown. The Mauka Mauka Safa, nimdeɛ kakra wɔ quiet no oduma kwa bobrɛw it also no you reserve 2 positions saa de mama vice and then treasurer position eti our board no so na me be board chairman e ma saa landscape make an wasem eti board no the tieti an say na ma me sister kan bibi say where bank sika quota where bank de ma Ghana say yetimi en catch up carbon 10 million tons. Obeto could be $5, which means $50 million. I'm say, Madam, Forestry Commission Casano, Mr. Brown Casano. Okay, I say, Ghana, I received first one on 2023. You receive we. Now said is Ghana eternal. You check into performance base. Ghana, I have 6 hotspot area. Yeah, your mother identify as a pilot. But I mean, you want to have one achoma. You are certificate as you know for that is gospel. You are graboso beer. You are also baby any be quiet. You are kakum sinfosu area. And you what you are that is a Unum area. Into your 6 hotspot intervention area. Juma. Into your just kind of performance based no. We use 2 indicators, social and environment. It is totally a just cannot be as you especially me. Because me area no galamsey dos. I can see. Oh, I shan't read you be more. 6 district my body, you know, maybe I galamsey oh. It is a Chessicanma, I am a median of. And I will share 6 areas like money now. Me no share 6 political district. Oh my can be there 4, be there 2, be there 5. But me landscape no so. As a man, I'm because of environment, no, reduce me. You talk embassy Kasafa deforestation, as I don't think and you make a consua, a juma. Near a board, no, you share, see a bit matter to Noma, Ama, and your ma, what bank the Babano. We do procurement, we have gone through a lot of training. You call procurement training, you call safeguard, as he said. If you do that, no say no maba. Yes, you discover show being some said no more can. We first cash them, but we have account that the money has been will transfer to the account. If the contractors no, it me when no more turn your mama here, then we watch and then pay them. And you know, structure no yes, our committee back ha, your friend HIC, HIC no, a hotspot implementation committee. And it comprises 8 people. We are in trouble. 80 HMB for 3 or so. NGO also. Private sector back also. And a cocoa board and forestry commission. And so reps also. And some of the final committee can see we call it RDA. Red Plus Dedication Account Committee. Or one of the National Traditional Authority for whom Minister of Finance rep na chairperson a committee can see say a proposal be free a community muba on the best say no man I can see a better talk I'm a queer for said no can you to show yes and never boa we do must make you know your first payment about you know my landscape no it's me born mammy to show Marco 18 boreholes at the respected communities at the same time you told you adex at my school for 1,680. You to teachers chair 600 at the ma San Gino cutlasses 40,200 at the ma pharmacy. According to said Okano, you the more you get data if you want. Is all the more because World Bank will request for the data. The second payment suba aba and as we are boy the landscape will see kakra. Only send this house in there. Yeah. Farmer benefits no say because they make them acquire no wa sika ye chombienu eba your farmer benefit and a community development project farmer benefit ni there eco farmer no direct and in saka e ono ani dia the community development ni there ye tu zua osofo banum bi teacher ni banum bi obi a wo community ni bia even illegal mine akura banum bi because one so oti community eti anu no there obi a benefit. But the entire ya chedi ya de ma cocoa farmers nkwani say cocoa need a magic forestry it me dua nwia e cocoa no and the cocoa farmers say registered cooperatives at the same time say cocoa card any passbook wa identify am say am here farmers is all body we say farmer there and they can say for kwa be no man kwa cocoa won sanka uhu I don't think because me bomb myself me tough no and you man ba tell them can just can mienu farmer benefit and then community project. And she say farmer benefit we are a community project. But finally, before I make my community project, you know, we are aligned with assembly development plan. You are yepem. Say you community no go so me ensure. You but na say ensure some Brazil na e de ko assembly ko fumu ko be say no my community be tenor o mu ensure yenhwe. E be hwe dey say community e o mampa onimu a e dey project na say dey boa community no. Tie ko kro bi ma ji project be say bia ensia ana nson 6 or 7 ya say we am favor we be favor obi ho what is able to issue no ano obesi ko tushi na di mun tosi be peso me wan issue community no na the next community issue ni ho anu ti de meka nyina no say adwuma die no e koso ya nka ho.
Amen. So Reverend, it's good to know that while the communities are also benefiting from them, there's a structure and the system works, and all these structures are actually yielding the results. Just quickly, in a minute, both of you, what else can be done from where you sit to improve what you're doing? Grace, I'll begin with you.
Okay. Thank you very much. The bit me aboa ama jumedion etumi akone nemono. Based on gender balance, udwani kuo bi na woni uwo kuna uwo problem. Because I can focus ejuada yemfase kan wi ahwede. Enti ejuada na repas for say yeshia uwo problem. Enu ye one. Enti ma wo how ewo jumedia bia ye kuo no uwo kuna onte wase a enu ye problem. Me dey my husband ye late. Enti me single, enti me aha me o free. Me ni problem. Enti ti se etumi boa ma wo ye djuma no because asafo besuma me YSD ni. Obe me ko hwan na enko ya to aba ogre na enko asa wo ni adwuma yo but eboa wo. Based on your community eba yesi NADBO coordinator ye pe obi obedi ani yenko hwe ogre na ba ko yento no so aba. Ni na ebo do. It's problem e wo ho ne se ema no they need support. And now, 2, we need more education. So we'll be educated you, will be one. Unya morning dear. Because Repas program, because I'm one and I'm a boapa. I bought me a lot. COP28 me Kobe. T-shirt na me shame. And yes, sir, me feel proud of myself, say me obia, just by grace. And say no say dear who rebi bimo. Na ye yeni ya. And him sheba nyamea ebiso kaye. And see yam one man na wonyina brane. Ti say Yambra Henry ni ye Madam Frida Okano say me ku adwuma no me hia se mebam organic one me ye jenne onion me dua enya mouth masane mabraima me draw who say I don't use chemicals for me afu me drop pa me ye bibia vet me everything it's I need the support ye ma hia support say be gina brane e ma kasa omutie obi atie it we need a support yes stress gender fence enkwala no so enkwala cha labor I dey omuye adwuma no ye modero say betumi abo ni na ka GCFRP program ho say ye boa na enkwala no so ye boa mo na ya fo mo ye adwuma bebra omunya sign mind o madwene mutumi da ho enti ye mo na dwumadien si ye landscape ne de awrade atom benefit ne sanse ye boa te wiem hye so enti no da bia okwa nnua no ye che na me last way me comment me strategy bia me fa so a sekan bia e kai en me che nnua no wo be fa me tro within dodo a ope ana bi se o odua we ye mpe o mo reject and I'm think of me ye o made nti sekan bia e kai no ana me che ma de bre me nti wa wo gi nnua ne bi no na me sekan na ma nti e puso obi as o ne nnua ne eye because me nya duro no ma sanya nnua kan ho ya che dadao but ndi bi reserve wo say to se me ma de no akọ na ni mo no a boy, a mammy to me for strategy, no, and my name, you buy, oh, me per se, na distribute, no be at the Biakus in their form, they call Sudoso, Nessica, a bottom, and a livelihood, who's a cocoa, how, and also boy, me young wa, me a Daniel man. It's young 2 man for near show, but near more almost everyone sponsors were almost present my cadre. We tag on at original one, young queen, Namisha Munina.
Right. So, Rev, we would have you as well.
Yeah. And so, because I will not make a be said. Say, one requires me because I'll be 4 hours. I met my car. Because I had, yeah, I'm in the book.
Yeah, preacher man.
This year, no, I never call up Buama Jumadi and Akoso. Now, first I can say, this year, you supply seedlings, 80 seedlings, 350,000 on the landscape. I am mojume. But you say you procure seedlings in free contractors. Until this time out, no, you are 10 years being say, you are the better livelihood, ama, your members, especially the ma, no more in nursery. To money your nursery, a bit you am cabo some. And since I said to nursery, no, aqua could be. But we shall, baby, I'm here, Jumano. Farmers, I identify my Mrs. I'm doing with Jumano. 75,112. And look why near cooperatives, no, at the Amami, or cocoa farmers. But we shall near, common cocoa farmers, I feel no joining cocoa farmers now. As I'm over there, 100 something thousand farmers. Some year livelihood, my young supporter, the body was here now. If you carry livelihood, maybe a catfish. Me a room fee, bows, come over, bow me fee, and no bow the habit my. But do say marketing, no, yeah, you'll be a leader marketing, no. And a cobat is a crashing your miswa. Well, we only a grassy, and the marketing is a room. It's the to me, I nya will be on top, the papa be. To me, the mamma is smoky, and a cotton and yak, yes, and Kayaboka. And the air can say, livelihood, no, see the yak in a coswa, a bebra. And now finally, baby, a man 19 years, I'm a concro this young one, I concro over 300. I am from Kitwana or no, almost producer benefit no munyabi. Me can't a decrofo, and I confirm caretakers. No, okay, a GCF, you know, benefit sharing planner. Ye, my mind from Kwana in yes, can be Parliament chiefs. I hear decrofo no small communities, no, almost complaining. But say, as time I echo your name, no, say, you are found in no man more. You better be quite professional, motivate you almost. Almost better my support you fully. Because I'm more grand. What in Yakura Kukromua, now create a meeting. I want to check on your moa, only a moye. Now, so no, Iraq Intino, only to me or more empire for so. We are not saying, say, you stop Paramount chiefs, no, and they have a cost of bat, you don't cry before so. Say, Bilimutia, on the boy, a man, you to yet my life would have more.
And thank you, both of you. Well noted that sustainable livelihood solutions must also go down to the communities. Also, we must begin to look at the issue of child labor in these communities, as well as empowering our women. Grace Asari, Community Forester, Reverend Augustine Dabo, Community Forester, thank you so much for being part of this conversation. And that's it for our fireside. We'll take a picture quickly. Right, thank you. It's time to say more thank yous, and so we'll invite, of course, the Acting Executive Secretary for the Center in the person of Mrs. Juliet Oseusu Esquire to give us the vote of thanks. Let's put our hands together. They've been at the back sweating it out.
Thank you. Board Chair, distinguished panelists, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen. First and foremost, we'd like to thank the Almighty God for blessing us with this productive and inspiring day. A very special thank you to our global lead and the man whose vision and leadership made this center and indeed this dialogue a reality, Honorable Samuel A. Jinapo. We thank him very much for his unshakable commitment to the climate leadership and his belief in Africa's capacity to drive global change in the world. We also express our heartfelt gratitude to our board chair, Reverend Joyce Ayi, for her outstanding leadership, wisdom, and firm resolve to the center. Mami, your guidance and leadership, including your wisdom, has nurtured us to this far, and we are grateful. To our guests of honors and our esteemed speakers, we are sincerely grateful for your commitment to advancing climate action and sustainable development. We'd like to thank our panelists and our moderators for the depth of knowledge and practical insights you have shared with us today. You have reminded us that nature is not just a backdrop, but our greatest ally in building a resilient and inclusive, sustainable Africa. We'd also like to thank our partners, Golden Star Resources, CDKN, IUCN, Wildlife Society of Ghana, for their steadfast support and partnership. To our friends of the media, our participants both online and here, we say a very big thank you for your ideas and passion. As we conclude, let us carry forward the spirit of collaboration and optimism that defines today's dialogue. Together, we can scale up nature-based solutions that restore ecosystems, uplift communities, and secure a sustainable future for Africa and the world. On behalf of the Africa Center for Nature-Based Climate Action, we'd like to thank each and every one of you who have contributed to the success of this maiden dialogue. We wish you a safe journey back home, and thank you, and God bless us all.
Thank you very much. Oh, another round of applause for Mrs. Julius Sewusu Esquire. And this is where we draw the curtain on this year's Africa Climate Dialogue, the first in the series, the maiden edition. It has been a success. We also want to say a big thank you to Playback Studios. They have been streaming this on YouTube and it's been streaming on Africa Climate Dialogue. You want to search for it and share as well. And also the sound engineer Selassie for the amazing job. I am Selikim Akolache Apalu. I'm a media consultant, public speaking coach, and preacher. May God bless us all. So we'll do a group photo, everybody up here before we go. Okay, down here. Right. Can we have this thing?
Everybody, do what you do. We can move from here. Sorry, just 1 minute. Please, ready. Please look here. Good luck, no, come on. You're standing in front of it. Why are you so far away? Make your number here, more. Where were you? Okay. Ready, please. Yeah. Ready. 1, 2, 3, 4. Nature! Thank you. Thank you.